What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. So what is it? Tuesday night, Radio Baloney Live Tuesdays. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. Hope everybody's having a great start to their week. We're going to cover a bunch of stuff tonight. We've got a few live feeds. We're going from LA. We got New York. We got Chicago, where things are starting to cook a little bit. We'll see what happens. We're going to keep an eye on those, but we're also going to talk about some other stuff as well. We're going to go through just a bunch of just different information on what's been happening in LA over the last few days. Again, it looks like it's starting to pick up in Chicago and New York City a little bit. I don't think that they are going to let them loose like they did in 2020. Yeah, that guy. Not great marketing. Rosie got the first like. Good for you, Rosie. As everybody knows, the first like gets double good karma. Of course, every like gets good karma, but when you're the first, you get double good karma. Now, we're streaming right now on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on Locals. If you were to get the first like on each one of those, that's 8 good karma. 8. So it'd be normally 4 if you just liked all of those, but 8 if you're the first, that's crazy. And in these troubled times, when this guy is standing on top of your car that's burning, waving the Mexican flag, how much good karma do you need? As much as you can get. Rosie's saying, cannot find live chat on my laptop. Oh, it's on there. It's got to be on there somewhere. I'm sure there's a button, you can expand it or something. I'm certain there's something on there that you can do the chat. Just keep looking, you'll find it. All right. Anyways, we're going to cover all that. We got a few memes. We got a little bit of Canada news if we can get to it. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. In Chicago, New York, and LA tonight. But if we can do some Canadian stuff, we'll do that. We've got some 1984, the 75th anniversary edition of 1984 is getting a trigger warning because the world's insane and nobody ever learns anything, apparently. In the foreword to the book, I guess it's a feminist writer is bemoaning the portrayal of women in 1984, and also there's not enough minorities in George Orwell's fictional dystopian novel. So, of course, 1984, of course, nothing is sacred. We'll read about that. And then we have, if we can get to it, we have just a bunch of random stuff in here, fun stuff. We'll see what happens. Maybe the protests, maybe there'll be riots. I don't know. Maybe those will be boring and we'll just go look at this. There's like animals and like, look at that. A monkey and his best friend is a dog and they're sharing some milk together. I mean, come on. Give me a break. It's worth it just for that. So anyway, tons of stuff, tons and tons and tons. We could be going all night. We could be going forever with this stuff. But of course, if we need a palate cleanser, we've got women's sports. Take a look at that swing. That is a hell of a swing. What are you guys saying? Let's see. Oh, Rosie found the chat. Excellent. Rosie says easier to get the first like when Spambot is not there. Now, he said he's not watching tonight, so we can do the they them energy if we want. We can do that. I'll let you guys decide. JJ Nevada, did I really just get I thought that Rosie got the first like. Out of whoever got the first like, double good karma for you. Double good karma. Everybody craves the double good karma. Rosie said a couple of things last minute. I did get some stuff from you, I think in the last hour. I've got that in there. Rosie says ABC fired Terry Moran. Yeah, I got that. We can take a look at that. That is really, if we're just going to do the protest / riot stuff all night, that will definitely get into it. Let's see. All right. So I don't know. Should we get to it? Marines en route to Los Angeles. This is, let's update this. Make sure we got the absolute latest. This would have been from 5:47, so about 20 minutes ago. Marines en route to Los Angeles as anti-ICE protesters block roads, contest police. Now, we do have news in that the mayor here, Karen Bass, who is a bona fide commie, deeply aligned with like Cuban communists, she has set a curfew for Los Angeles, but it's about 1 square mile. That's it. And it's from 8 o'clock, so about 2 hours from now until 6 in the morning, but it's 1 square mile. And I think it's where we got those images where they were the lunatics, the revolutionary communists were hurling pieces of cinder block down onto the police and police cars, apparently trying to kill them. So I wonder if perhaps they might just not riot in that 1 square mile and just go like over, like, a mile and just do it there. I wonder, what is she saying here?
Of our local economy, the nannies that can't show up, the gardeners that can't show up, that impacts households in a way that I don't think people.
By the way, the sign language interpreters, what is it with the eyes all the time? I mean, I guess, I get maybe there's something to do with the expression of the face. It helps communicate, but just every single one, they seem like they're whacked out of their head on meth or something. What is going on? Is any of this even making sense that they're doing? Are they just crazy people? Like nobody actually knows sign language, so nobody has any idea. They just assume that they're making sense, that they're not just crazy people. I don't know.
Often realize the extent.
I don't know if you heard earlier, the president referred to that it would look similar to how it did back in January, the LA wildfires. It didn't have federal law enforcement here. When you look at it for yourself as a leader of the city and Chief of Beloney as well, what are some of the difficulties when it comes to planning, not having unison with yourself, the state,
and so I think I missed the first part of it. He said the reason why the wildfires were handled was because there were federal police.
He said it would look similar to how it did during the wildfires here and the aftermath if they didn't have the federal law enforcement here.
Yeah, I don't know, Chief. Maybe you want to respond to that. I don't think that question. And sometimes,
well, anything to do with wildfires. I mean, she was on a different continent, even though she had been warned there was a dire risk. So there's that. What's going on here? Okay, so this is the live cover. Let's see if we can find what's here. This is this. Let's see this one. Hold on.
One thing.
Same one. Let's check out this feed. This is Chicago. Let's take a peek. Now, it seems like in both Chicago and New York, they're not allowing them to go Summer of Love. So they're out, they're enforcing the law. There's, fairly, in Chicago, fairly big group of protesters, but they're cracking down on it. They're not allowing it to just, they're not allowing them so far. They're sending a message that, no, this is not going to be Summer of Love. Now, Chicago has a full-on race communist mayor who I'm sure loves rioting and looting, but I'm just guessing that I think LA was a trial run, and Trump called their bluff really quick, and then, well, you can't have Trump be the hero, right? So they have to have their own law enforcement shut it down, even though it seems in LA they didn't do a very good job, unfortunately, because it's just, unfortunately, they don't have enough police. It's not the police's fault. I mean, you see them, underneath the overpass, having rocks hurled down on them. I wouldn't want to be that person. But I think in LA, they created, the Frankenstein monster they've created with the NGOs and the activist groups, all funded, by the way, by them. by the blue cities, by states, and even I'm sure they're even probably still getting money from USAID in some way or the federal government in some way. But you know what happens when you create this Frankenstein's monster and it just breaks free of its restraints and just rampages through the city? But let's hear what they're saying here. It looks like they're taking it seriously in Chicago anyway. They've decided not to allow the kind of I get the revolutionary communists to totally run wild, but can they control them? This is the New York Post. So this is New York Post live feed, but this is Chicago. Let's check out the New York one. So I don't know what looks like they're waiting for somebody to speak there. Oh. All right. Let's leave this. I wanted to show you this. So this is from yesterday. This is where the different protests were happening. You had Austin, Dallas, here in Louisiana, New Orleans, Georgia, LA. There's some action in San Francisco, of course. They're not going to be left out. Sacramento. There's Philadelphia, New York City. Oh, Boston, Pittsburgh, Chicago. There's Chicago. So it feels like it's in kind of a in-between place right now where everybody's ready for it to pop off, but the city is trying to kind of keep a lid on it this time. They don't want to go full summer of love yet, if they indeed do want to go that way. Let's take a look. LA, here's LA.
Overwhelming show of force from the LAPD and from other law enforcement agencies today. It seems to be the message that you can keep doing the protests, but we're done with allowing the lawlessness that we have seen in Los Angeles for the last several days. So that's the live picture from there. We also want to show you some video from earlier. This was crowds protesting. This was on the 101 freeway in downtown Los Angeles. For a moment, that was shut down, and then they got folks out of that area, and now traffic is moving once again on the freeway. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf has been covering the protest day after day. He's back with us live right now. Matthew, your reaction to this idea of a curfew, which is something a lot of folks have been calling for.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised, but I think it could work. There are obviously hundreds of people downtown. I'm not sure the word has gotten out just yet to the protesters. We had just one person just came up and asked me, is there a curfew tonight? So there's rumors about it, but it's not for certain that people out here are aware just yet. But you can see the National Guard is out here outside of the federal building. They've been protecting it all day long. And the last couple of days, we're seeing some protesters out here giving giving them their peace of mind while they walk by. But for the most part, it seems like the protesters are kind of walking around trying to figure out where the main place is to go. We saw them, a couple hundred of them. The biggest group that we saw was walking in this way about 30, 45 minutes ago. And as of right now, we haven't been able to meet up to where they are. So just trying to see where the main conglomerate is taking place, but this is the situation right now outside the federal building. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, and of course we see that National Guard behind him.
Yeah, the curfew is for literally 1 square mile. So I don't see what that really would accomplish. Here, I think they're showing it here. Hold on.
What you see in green is the city of Los Angeles. And I put this out in social media today, and it got a lot of attention, this idea that essentially 99% of the city of Los Angeles has not had issues. Almost everything in terms of the violence, in terms of the problems, have been in this 1 square mile, which is the area of downtown LA, which is highlighted there. That's why this is going to be a local emergency that is going to be focused right there. So that is the area that they are keeping people out of tonight. And that's the curfew. It's so far only announced for tonight, but we could have more nights to come depending on what happens tonight and what we see.
Well, the downtown of Los Angeles is tiny. So is this going to push them out into, out of the downtown and out to where people are living? That's a question. Is that even intentional? I don't know. But all I know is that even though it's that one tiny part, that doesn't mean everything's fine, obviously. Let's see. Let's get to the chat here quick. You guys are busy. All right. Let's see what's going on. Rosie says, hope she is a well-paid golfer. Looks like she may not be able to afford. No, she can't. No. I think it's just more comfortable for her. Just, go commando with those things on. Why not? Actually, let's go here. We'll just leave that on. This is Chicago right there. Rosie says, Cubby gets nothing. Nevada says, the nannies and gardeners are here illegally. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, who is going to mow your lawn or, look after your children? If not this man right here. He's just looking for a job. He just wants to be able to mow your lawn or look after your children. And the fact that he's standing on top of a flaming car waving a Mexican flag does not mean that he's a revolutionary communist who wants to destroy your country and is saying that part of your country now belongs to him and his. Definitely not. He just wants to mow your lawn or be a busboy at a restaurant and be nice and polite. That's all. Let's see. All right. Nevada says, CPD, Chicago Police Department, don't play games. Spambot, how you doing? Good to see you. I thought we weren't going to see you tonight, but good to see you anyway. It's a good thing I haven't played the They Them Energy. We're going to skip it tonight. We'll skip it tonight. And let's see. Yeah, well, don't worry. You're not going to see the thing that disturbs you so much, the They Them Energy. Don't worry. It's not coming up. Let's see. It's a problematic one, so the rage of the they, them will be epic and focused on getting work done. The next shift, I guess. All right. Rosie says, yeah, the nannies and gardeners are not only here illegally, but also underpaid, sometimes abused, and not paid into the Social Security, so they have no retirement building up unless they are investing, and that's the way that the left wants their pets. That's the way that they want them. It doesn't seem that empathetic to me or compassionate, really. Nevada says, yeah, Dems love it that way. Of course they do. Who was the, we just saw a politician the other night, a Democrat, and where were they? It was in Vermont or something, who was asking, seriously, who's going to wipe your bums? I mean, when I say that the modern left, like white leftists, see everybody who's not them as junior members of humanity, this is what I'm talking about. Let's see. And they want to take on that matriarchal role for them, and they're, but it doesn't make them good people somehow still. Let's see. Something about a banner saying a student in Australia killed 11 people. I don't know. That must be from the other feed. Nevada said, notice every city on the map is run by Dems. Well, yeah. I mean, let's yeah, this is yesterday where it was all happening. So that's Seattle, obviously. Yeah, they're all run by Dems. All of these, every single one of them. I think it's Dallas is a Democrat city, isn't it? Austin definitely is. I don't think it's like Austin, Dallas, but I think it is run by Democrats. I think. Yeah, almost all the big cities are run by leftists. They're very good at taking over cities, particularly, and taking over like city councils and mayoral races, that sort of thing. Let's see. Nevada said, if you need National Guard in your city, you should probably move. That's probably some wise words right there. Oh, what just happened? Did they just end the feed? Maybe we'll leave it. We'll come back. Hold on. Let's see. Actually, we'll go back to we'll go here for a second. Back to the golf thing for a second. Nevada says another great city turned into a shithole by Democrats. Yep, that's what they did. That's what leftism does. Spambot says, go ahead with the they, them if you need to. Well, if I really need to, I will. I will tolerate it on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays are for they, Thursdays are for them. Let's see. Turtles, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Good evening. The map of routes for riots for next weekend is outrageous. Yeah, I did see that. It's like all over the place. Let's see. Rosie says, maybe having to look at Karen Bass for so long broke the feed. She really is a communist. She was a part of a communist group. She made like 20 trips to Cuba. She's a commie. She's a dirty, filthy commie, as they say. All right, let's see if we got that feedback. Further live coverage is expected. Okay, so what's going on here? This, I think, is the same one as here. Oh, is it the same one as here? Where were we? There we are. Okay, let's take a look here.
Alaska, the state of Alaska, for example, and then also at the National Interagency Fire Center in Idaho, where we are.
Okay, that's on wildfires. Okay, let's check this one out.
Against American citizens, but ultimately that request was denied. That emergency request was denied by a federal judge. And so in the wake of this, we'll be hearing from Governor Gavin Newsom very soon to get his thoughts. All right, wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now.
Just amazing. They cause the problems, and then they blame anybody who wants to fix them. It's just incredible. Do you think that Gavin Newsom is completely destroying any hopes he had to be president in the future? I kind of feel it looks that way. The imagery is so bad from this thing and him attacking Trump. Clearly the mood is not to have another summer of love, to just say, oh, it's the democracy for the poor or whatever they say, or it's the voice of the unheard, whatever. I kind of feel like you can do that once. You can have Kamala Harris and AOC and the rest of them, asking for you to donate to bail funds for looters and arsonists. I feel like you can only burn down whole blocks of cities once and have it work to your advantage. They seem to be figuring that out. So I feel like in LA, it was like kind of a trial run, because I think the Democrats are getting kind of desperate because they're not popular. And it just didn't work. Trump called their bluff immediately, was like, no, we're sending in troops. And they figured, well, so we can either let it go, we can either just let them run loose and burn down our city. And then Trump comes in and is the hero, or we can just try and stop it ourselves and seem like we're not psychopaths, seem like we're not psychopathic communists, right? Because I think the plan was, well, let's see if we can call Trump's bluff on this. We'll let these lunatics burn down our city and we'll blame it on Trump, just like in 2020. And that'll work. That'll be a win for us. And it didn't work. Nevada says Newsom is toast. Newsom. Some people call him Newsom. That's Gavin Newsom. Some people, like Nevada, call him Newsom. I would never do that personally. Not myself. I would never say that. But in any case, a lot of people are saying that Gavin Newsom is toast. All right, burnt toast. Turtles asks, what happened to the protesters at Trump Tower? It doesn't seem to be too much going on. Like protesting, but it doesn't seem to be getting really violent because you don't need to take out all of the people there. Most of the people there are just useful idiots. They're just sheep wandering around without any idea of really why they're there or what's happening. But you have the ringleaders, right? So for one thing, if you arrest the Antifa, the guys that are breaking the cinder blocks are getting dropped off for, and the ones that are throwing things at the police, if you just get rid of them, that solves a big part of your problem. Then you still got the looters, right? Because there's opportunists who just show up. They want the Jordan, the shoe store got looted in LA. People want those shoes. The iPad store, the Apple store got looted. So you're just going to have those people operating just purely on opportunistic grounds. That's another issue. But most of the people are just sheep wandering around, right? Most of them. And then the other groups, the real hardcore communists, revolutionary communists, the looters, they use the sheep as cover. Turtle says, Greta got a sandwich and a plane ticket home. I know, we've got that. We've got that coming up. By the way, they tried to show her, the Israeli authorities tried to show her and her other commie friends from the selfie yacht, tried to show them the footage from October 7th, which Greta refused, of course, because there's no profit in it for her. Knowing those things doesn't help. She already knows what she's supposed to think, right? What is the correct way to think? And seeing horrific images that might change her mind on some things, or at least moderate her views, there's no profit in it for her, because if she were to moderate herself at all, she'd immediately be cast out. So, no, how dare you show me that? How dare you show me reality? No. All right, so let's hear what's going on here.
After several days of concerning escalation. So we do know that anyone who is within that curfew zone will be arrested, and anyone who assaults officers will also be arrested as well. But it is important to note that the curfew does not apply to residents who live there in that very specific designated area. So again, there have been 197 arrests so far today. And again, California Governor Gavin Newsom stepping up to the mic.
Uh-oh. We can't hear him. So he's a vampire, as we know. It just clearly, just look at him. Clearly. That's why he attracted all the homeless to California, so he could feed on them. Because, people don't know where they are. They just disappear. Nobody notices. Uh-oh.
Okay. Apparently the source that they're putting out.
So maybe it's a thing where vampires, there's no reflection in the mirror. So maybe it's a thing with microphones too. Although we have heard them before, so it can't be that. Maybe it just developed. Let's hear this.
Watching these scenes unfold, don't understand is why is it taken so long to get a grip of the situation, to get control? This should have been done right at the beginning. We know from these kinds of events all over the world, all the time, that unless you get control of it early on, they escalate and spiral out of control, causing immense damage and destruction and the violence and these chaotic scenes that send such a terrible image of our city and our state to the world.
See, I think what happened is that, they wanted a trial run for Summer of Love 2, and they decided that, no, it wasn't a winner for them. So then they wanted to shut it down, but they didn't realize that the Frankenstein's monster they created, they can't control anymore. Right? All that money and funding that's gone into, Mexican nationalist groups in California, literal revolutionary communists, various socialist groups, all of that funding that they have nurtured this stuff. What you've witnessed in LA over the last, 4 days, they've nurtured that. They've created that. They wanted that, right? It's seen as like their kind of paramilitary that they can use when it's convenient for them. And perhaps now they're realizing that, these people aren't their pets, and they can't necessarily control them. Right? I believe that Los Angeles has one of the lowest, per 1,000 police officers out of any big city in the States. So, I mean, this is the danger when you nurture this stuff, when you do your best to create a revolutionary mob in your own city and support for that mob. Can you control it? Well, you're playing a very dangerous game. Anyway, let's take a look.
And given deportation notices.
So I know you think that it's too late on the curfew, but do you think it's a good idea?
Well, I don't want to second judge their operational decisions, but if they think it's the right idea, I would support it. It's certainly in the right direction of trying to restore order, and that's the motivation, I'm sure. I mean, I was right there. I'm actually staying in the curfew zone, so we'll see if we can get back in time. But I think that restoring order is the priority, and that is a classic way of doing that. What I want to see is whether that...
All right, as you see there, we're just listening in once again to Fox LA's coverage. So if you've been with us here on Live Now from Fox, we've been talking about this news conference that's...
So it's 1 square mile. So I don't understand why they would think. I mean, if there are still, leaders of the, most destructive elements, why that would stop. They wouldn't just take it somewhere else where there is no curfew. I mean, will they end up having to expand the curfew? I'm guessing probably. I don't see how it's really going to do anything. There's lots and worse places that they can have their little revolution.
Screen. This is also happening there in the Los Angeles area. It's a vigil that's being held, and a prayer vigil in honor. In the meantime, while these ICE raids are being held there in Los Angeles, let's listen into this here on Live Now.
Hold on a second. Of course, this guy, what's this? What is this here? He's some sort of unholy man? I don't know. What is that? Well, let's continue.
Return them to their family. Return them to their neighborhoods. Set us free as immigrants in this country. We love this country. We want this country. Hold on, this back.
Thank you. So you can count on that prayer. We put that prayer into action. Some people say that prayer and politics shouldn't mix, but we know that justice is what love looks like in public. So we are here.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. One thing you notice with the left is they're so disciplined with their manipulation of the language. They just keep saying immigrants, immigrants over and over and over again. Right? It's one thing you notice with the left is that it's actually in 1984 it's described, the attempt to simplify language down. So it's just all immigrants are immigrants. You can't qualify it with illegal immigrant, right? So they're very disciplined. And it's a way of changing the language so that you kind of erase definitions. So it's a way of making it impossible for people to actually think in a multidimensional way or understand any issue in a complex way, to the point of literally just saying all immigrants are just immigrants. We're only going to say that from now on. It's so that you can't even conceive of somebody being in your country illegal anymore. It's a very plain, and again, it's in 1984. This was a strategy of the party in 1984 to whittle language down to the point where you can't really even think or describe your thoughts anymore because there's no words to do it.
Separation, up close and personal. I was in McMillan, Texas. I saw those children when they were being reunited with their parents, the toddlers. They went to see their mothers and their fathers came to talk to them.
The manipulation, right? Well, I guess you got to open the borders then. Just anybody goes in. Anybody goes in. She said children. Won't somebody think of the children? Well, I guess she can't have a country anymore because she's sad. It's just non-stop emotional manipulation into insanity with the modern left. And it's the same tactics. It's the same language tactics across the Western world. It is a full frontal assault on Western civilization. These people are the same. She exists in Canada. She's the mayor of Toronto, basically. They exist in every city in the Western world. They're all the same. They all have the same agenda. It's why everything you see in any Western country, you see in every other Western country. Maybe by different means. The immigration in the United States is illegal. In Canada, it's legal. But in fact, in Canada, it's even worse. It's, I think, it's multiple times the immigration that the United States gets. I think it's actually 10 times. We are in the top 3 anyway, most per capita immigration in the world, in Canada. So it's the same in every country, right? These people are the same. The Gavin Newsom. Canada has its Gavin Newsoms. We call him Mark Carney. Every Western country has these people, these vampires.
All right, that shot going into the black there for just a second, but it does continue on with that message that we have from California's governor. Let's listen back in.
Women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery, but we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces, not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's
See, what does this mean? This means there are no borders, citizens have no rights, and you don't have a right to your own country. That's what this means. Right? The language, that they're so disciplined with it. He's talking about people that are in your country illegally. And again, Gavin Newsom exists and the spirit of Gavin Newsom exists in every Western country. Now, they're all the same. These vampires are all the same. What Donald Trump did is perfectly legal and constitutional. In fact, it was just held up in court. If the local authorities are unable or unwilling to enforce the law, right? The president is perfect. It's perfectly legal. It's perfectly constitutional for Trump to do what he did. And Trump was calling their bluff. And that's, I think, what he's really mad about. Called his bluff. It's like, wow, we wanted a few blocks to burn down. That would have been more dramatic. Worked in 2020. It's genuinely like every word that comes out of these people's mouths, these modern leftists. And remember, it's not your father's Democrat Party in Canada. It's not your father's Liberal Party. It's not your father's Labour Party. This is something else. They are all radical leftists, all of them. And you see this incredibly manipulative language. I mean, I'm impressed that they are so what's the word? They just refuse to, they're so disciplined with this language. It's impressive how disciplined they are. But every word of it is manipulation. And the children, who'll think of the children? You can't have a country, there's children. Other people's children. The people of our state, they're not the people of your state. If they're there illegally, they're not. It's incredible. It's incredible. This is the tsunami that wants to engulf the Western world.
This deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there.
Did you hear that? Authoritarian regimes don't have open borders and just allow anybody to go into their country and get benefits that are supposed to be for citizens. Did you hear that? Authoritarian states don't just let anybody into their country and let them stay there no matter what. They don't. Authoritarian countries enforce their own laws. Isn't that weird? So if any law is by this logic, if any law is being enforced in your country, it's an authoritarian country now. I mean, every word out of these people, and they're all the same. They're all just the same robots. Every word is manipulation.
Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th?
There we go. January 6th, exactly the same thing. You remember this guy. Hold on. You remember this guy from January 6th, right? Standing on a burning car, waving the Mexican flag with a face mask on. You remember him from January 6th. Exactly the same thing. Do you remember all those cars they burned on January 6th? Remember that? Do you remember all the cinder blocks they were throwing off bridges at police cars and at police officers' heads? Remember all that?
Ask everyone. Take time. Reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault.
Everything he's done has been perfectly constitutional.
We look now on the streets.
Gavin Newsom really is. I mean, is he evil? Like there is no soul there, right? I mean, I'm only half joking when I call him a vampire.
Of Los Angeles, and we do see some of these folks marching, a much smaller number of people than we have seen in the last few days, and it'll be interesting to see how this message of this curfew gets delivered to them. Obviously, we know the LAPD has loudspeakers and has ways of getting the message out if they really need to. I'm sure many of the people there have been checking their phones and the status updates. Again, this is the map of that curfew that starts at 8 o'clock tonight and goes until 6 o'clock tomorrow. It makes up downtown. The other question, I mean, could happen. Protesters could choose to move to a different part of the city or of the region. I mean, this is a pretty small area.
So that's the thing, that will it actually spur them on? I mean, what I heard was that it was 1 square mile. It's a tiny area. So, and then where do they go from there? All right, I don't know. Let's check out these other feeds. What's going on here? Further live coverage is expected, it's saying. Well, where? Let's refresh it and see if it's going. And add. Yeah, let's skip that, shall we? Nope, nothing yet. Live event has not yet started, so something should be coming up. Let's take a look here. What's going on? Oh, this is not live. Okay. Let's give me 1 second. Let's see if we can find another live feed from New York there. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. News 12, New York, New Jersey. Okay, let's take a look at this one. This does not appear to be. What's this? Is this
25? It would have been 25 counts.
It's even been satirized in a skit on Saturday.
No. Okay, so nothing there. Back here for 1 second. Let's hear this.
Look to be of all ages and backgrounds, and they seem enthusiastic about the message that's being heard here today. I know that we've been talking a lot about some of the things that have occurred over the last couple of days, and I was out there on the streets yesterday. I was struck by the fact that after I did my live shot with you, Alex, I walked 6 blocks over and people were hand in hand out on a date, going to the taco truck. So it's important to note that the thing.
Oh, it sounds almost like a summer of love, doesn't it?
Area. The largest number of people want to demonstrate peacefully. They want to get their message out peacefully, and they're not engaged in those other activities. But right here today, we're hearing speeches, we're hearing music, and eventually there will be a procession. I don't know exactly where they will go, but they're saying that they want to get the word out, that it's very important to stick together and to get the messaging out there in a peaceful, loving way. That's the latest here from Gloria Molina Park, right across.
A beautiful message of revolutionary communism. There was a sign by the front by the stage. There's something about love. I take it they mean love for burning cars. All right, let's get into the chat for a minute here. All right. Let's see. Nevada says they might try again Saturday. We'll see how that goes. Well, yeah, on the weekend. I mean, the weekends are when it tends to get the worst, right? So let's see. Nevada said RFK fired all 17 employees responsible for vaccine schedules. Yes, I did see that. But we're not getting into that tonight. We'll probably maybe get into it on Friday. Are you talking about they might try it again Saturday, the Greta and the selfie yacht? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure. All right. Turtle says Karen Bass was part of the firebombing on the Capitol. Fact check. Well, okay, we could fact check it. I have looked into her before, and she does have a communist past for sure. But let's take a look. Hold on.
Fact check.
Give me 1 second. Now, there were the media would like you to believe that there were never any attacks on the Capitol building before January 6th, but no, there was a bunch, actually, bombs going off in the foyer and stuff. Let's see. But I didn't, anyway, I've looked into her before. What's this? LA Mayor Karen Bass, appointee who oversaw fire department, was put on leave over alleged City Hall bomb threat. Well, that's the kind of people, obviously, that that communists would like to have around, right? I mean, what do you expect? You elect communists, you're going to have radicals around. Just no two ways about that. As for one of the far left extremist bombings at the Capitol, I haven't seen anything. I mean, I'll ask Grok really quickly. Hold on. Hold on. All right, give me a second. There is no evidence that Karen Bass was directly involved in any bombing at the U.S. Capitol. However, her past association with the Venceremos Brigade, a group that organized trips to Cuba in the 70s, see, I told you guys, has been linked to controversy due to the brigade's ties to radical leftist groups, some of which were connected to violent acts, including the 1983 Capitol bombing by the May 19th communist organization M19. So, yeah, I mean, she's comes from that group, right? That's the environment that she comes from. Now she's the mayor of LA. So I don't find it surprising that she kind of lets things get out of hand. What is Trump saying here?
On fire, and we have it in great shape. I'm not playing around.
So that was President Trump talking in the White House today, claiming that the city would be on fire, although we have seen the National Guard mostly focus on a few federal buildings. They have protected those buildings, but we have not seen them do a whole lot else other than that in terms of trying to get things under control. House Speaker Mike Johnson weighing in on Governor Newsom's restraining order request. Here's what he had to say.
Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered. I'll say that. I mean, look, he's standing in the way of the administration and the carrying out of federal law, right? He is applauding the bad guys and standing in the way of the good guys. He is trying to. He's a participant, an accomplice in our federal law enforcement agents being not just disrespected but assaulted. This is a serious problem.
That's from Speaker Johnson. Governor Newsom the other day telling me that he thought that Speaker Johnson...
Yeah, they create the problem and then blame you for it. Let's see. Turtle says, I was very dim in the past and looked into moving to Canada. I have a BS degree, which was a qualification, and now it's come on, come all if you don't speak our language. Let's see. Schools should speak 180 languages. Cuomo was saying that schools should speak 180 languages. Well, it looks like Andrew Cuomo is going to be the next mayor unless that commie gets it. I don't think that Cuomo is actually a communist. I think he just is willing to play with communists for the sake of his own power. Yeah, I was a liberal in the past. I was a liberal, and I think it was sometime in my kind of later 30s. I was watching MSNBC, which I watched all the time, and I can't even remember what it was about, but it just suddenly clicked that hold on a second, they're lying to me. They are brazenly lying to me. And then I went kind of, no, I didn't trust any politics for a long time. And then when they started going after free speech and the liberals decided to become authoritarian censors, that's when I went, okay, this is the wrong team. It's not even, this isn't, the burnout art teacher from, high school anymore. This is something else. It's when I realized they were a threat to Western civilization. And I've never looked back because they have only gotten worse. Let's see. Rosie says President Andrew Jackson of Tennessee was a tailor. He was a legal citizen. Sewing is not regulated. Immigration and crime are. It's true. Let's see. Stinking commies, Nevada says. Let's see. Turtle says Andrew Jackson was a shithead. Trail of Tears. Maybe I'm biased. I don't know. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Andrew Jackson. Yeah. I mean, that is, there are things, right? There are things you can go, yeah, that was a bit nasty. Nevada said, I still like Jackson. Man had balls of steel. You really get into muddy territory when you start holding historical figures to modern standards. It's not wise to do that. You have to kind of keep, the man and their times or the woman and their times in mind. Let's see. I'm just going to skip to the end of the chat here. Let's see. Dramus Eve says, a T-night energy. You're not talking about they, them energy, are you? Because that's trouble. That gets my channel into nothing but trouble. Let's see. Turtle says, grew up on NPR. My mom says I'm no longer around to send her true news. She put her foot down. I'm still invited to dinner. My stepdad says he's a conservative liberal. All the old labels are obsolete now. So all the categories have shifted. If you are, it's now come down to just sane or insane, right? Or, revolutionary communist, radical leftist, radical progressive, or sane. That's what it comes down to now. You've got a lot of people calling themselves liberals who desperately want to censor anything they don't like. And are very socialist. And that's not actually, that's certainly not classically liberal. Let's see. What's going on about this chocolate? A chocolate tab? What is going on with this? I don't know what's happening. Let's see. All right. So what is going on here? Anti-ICE protests ramping up across the country. Let's take a look.
Demonstrators from acting out. This is all according to the New York Post. So then when asked about the possibility of deploying the National Guard in New York City, current mayor Eric Adams emphasized that the city's large law enforcement presence does have the manpower and said that there are other options before turning to a military response there in the city. So again, we do know that both Adams and the NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch have also warned there that New York City will not be tolerating any violence tied to these ongoing immigration protests. Adams saying we have no tolerance for property damage or blocking traffic or for attacks on law enforcement. Any such acts will be met with swift and decisive response from the NYPD. And this is not the only place we've been watching. These protests there in New York didn't just pop up today. We were talking about them as well on Saturday, as several people also took to the streets. But really, the constant chant that's been ongoing is ICE out of NYC. That's what these demonstrations have been called throughout the week as well. So I want to put this up on your screen. Wanted to make sure.
So yeah, Eric Adams in New York has kind of done a U-turn on some of the radical leftist stuff. So I would expect him to want to keep law and order. The question does come down to, when does a number of people who have been radicalized, either like explicitly or kind of implicitly, so the real, revolutionaries, plus just the kind of, if you think of like concentric circles, like in the middle, you've got the real revolutionaries who are really willing to go to war. And then around them, you've just got a group that's very supportive of that. They're not going to do violence. They're not going to commit violent crimes themselves, but they're supportive of it. And then around them, they've got a group that really doesn't know what's happening, but just generally, they just go with the wind, with the winds of fashion. The question is, when do you reach a critical mass with that, where law enforcement just can't control them, right? The Frankenstein's monster just breaks loose of its restraints and just rampages, and nobody can stop it. That's the question. Let's hear.
Point. This after 23 businesses were looted as well. The curfew, though, just for context, is going to be covering a 1 square mile section of the downtown Los Angeles area. This includes places where protests have been occurring since Friday. The city, though, encompasses roughly 500.
1 square mile. I mean, you just leave that 1 square mile. Is that going to backfire? It could be interesting. I mean, I fail to see how that's going to be effective anywhere other than the 1 square mile. Like outside of that 1 square mile, what's going to happen? Again, will this spur on something? Right? Will this be a new authoritarianism or fascism or something from the city that supports them anyway? I don't know. All I know is this: when you like the channel, you get free good karma. Everybody watching right now, like the stream. You got to like it right now. You got to do it right now. Get that good karma. Have you not seen the scenes of chaos that are happening? Have you not seen them? The burning cars. In these troubled times, are you trying to tell me that you can turn your back on some free good karma? I'm offering it to you right now. All you got to do is like the stream and also subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. Subscribing is a super important thing that everybody has to do. Haven't you been reading the papers? For God's sakes, get on top of that right now. All right. In fact, I'm going to check the Rumble feed and see if we have an adequate number up. And we do not. We need more likes. We need them right now. Right now. I'm calling on you. Get on top of this. Take care of it right now, and then it's just done. You don't have to worry about it after that. You can just, finally, you'll be able to relax. Let's see. Rosie says, you promised to send chocolate after the they-them energy. I remember no such thing. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I seem to remember that being your idea. Never remember him agreeing. That's an important point right there. An extremely salient point from Radio Streamer. Good to see you, Radio Streamer. Let's see. All right. You know what I want to show you guys? Oh, let's listen to this. It's hard to listen to him, but...
or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company...
Has he not got the memo that deporting illegal immigrants, illegal aliens in the United States is popular with the American people? That's why Donald Trump got elected. Has he not gotten that memo? It's so weird, right? Like he's just spinning this story and again, this is what leftists do. They don't speak to inform, they speak to manipulate. He's just spinning this fantasy world in which there's this crazy tyrant who's out just harassing people for no reason. Like, there are no countries that don't have immigration laws and border security. Of course you have to have that. That's just normal. That's not fascism. That's not authoritarianism. That's just normal. That is just the most normal thing for a country in the world. Deporting people from your country that are there illegally is the most normal, moderate thing in the world, right? Mexico does that. Mexico deports people that are in their country illegally. This is a totally normal thing, but listen to a vampire like this, and you'd think that it's all crazy. I mean, what kind of tyrant is Trump?
Was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends, quite literally, disappearing.
Well, there you go. Everybody gets to stay. No border laws, open borders, everybody gets to stay no matter what. Well, did you hear Gavin Newsom? He's telling you some sad stories. That's it. I mean, I just find the whole thing surreal and weird. It's totally baffling to me. You've got people rioting, attacking your own law enforcement, trying to kill them. If you're throwing a cinder block at somebody's head, you're trying to kill them. Okay? He's got people waving a foreign nation's flag in his streets, attacking his own law enforcement. And he's mad at Trump. He's mad at Trump for trying to enforce federal law. Truly bizarre. Truly bizarre. All right, I want to show you guys something. All right, there he is. That's really the face of it, right? This is Gavin Newsom's biggest supporter. That's his biggest fan. I want to show you something that I found from Wokel Distance, and it's very interesting and explains a lot of what's happening. Let me see if I can find it. So while I'm scrolling for 15 minutes, I guess you guys can talk amongst yourselves. But I've got some good stuff you guys sent me as well. Actually, this is very interesting. Let's watch this. One of you guys sent this to me.
The Democrat open borders plan to entrench single-party rule, explained in under 2 minutes. 1. Flood the country with untold millions of illegals by land, sea, and air from all over the world, enough to eclipse the populations of 36 individual U.S. states so far. 2. Prioritize the needs of these millions of non-citizens over the needs of the American citizen, with free flights, buses, hotels, meals, and phones, ensuring their loyalty to the political party that imported them. 3. Keep them in the country at all costs, even when they commit violent crime like murder and rape. Attack the language used to describe the criminals, as opposed to the criminals themselves. Slander critics as racist. 4. Ensure their privileges are made irrevocable with city and state sanctuary laws that act as population magnets. Codify permanent status and ensure non-cooperation with ICE. 5. Count the non-citizens in the census that will determine congressional apportionment in the House of Representatives. As of now, that would equal 13 extra congressional districts, a tremendous amount of electoral power. 6. Wage a massive, heavily funded lawfare campaign to change state voting laws that legalize mass mail-in ballots, no signature verification, and no proof of citizenship requirements, making it nearly impossible to prove voter fraud. 7. Lock in the permanent voting majority with campaign promises of lavish benefits and permanent privileges, enshrining generational fealty to the Democrat Party. 8. Win elections. 9. Entrenched single-party rule has been achieved. The best part? Your tax dollars are paying for it.
Where is the lie in that? There's not one part of that that's a lie, that's not true, that's not demonstrably true. Not one part of it. And this, by the way, it's the same in every country, every Western country. Exactly the same. It's the same strategy. Where's the lie in that? The manipulative language, right? The lawfare against Trump. I mean, they are challenging him on literally, they're trying to stop him with lawfare on literally everything. California made it illegal to check ID when voting. It's illegal in California for any voting official to ask for ID. Just think about that. There's only one reason for that. There's only one. That is Gavin Newsom's loyalty. That is what Gavin Newsom is loyal to. That is what Gavin Newsom is fighting for, and everybody like him. I wanted to, but there's one more thing I wanted to show you. Actually got a lot. I got a lot. No one loves Mexico like the people who refuse to live there. But I've been saying it's not really what it's really about is, and you see these Mexican flags. It's not that they are saying Mexico is better. They're just saying that this is our identity, right? We are Mexicans. We are not you. There's an ethnic angle to this. We are Mexicans. We're not you. And where we are right now, where we stand, belongs to us. It does not belong to you anymore. This belongs to us now. It's a show of dominance, I think, very clearly. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff in here. It might be quicker for me just to actually, you know what? Hold on. I think I might have it right in here, actually. Hold on. You know what? It'll actually be quicker for me to just search it up. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. This will take probably 10 seconds. All right. It was local distance, I believe. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Perfect. All right, from local distance, and this explains what's happening and what the goals are from all of this. And give local distance a follow, by the way. Very good. Am I not following? I should be following. There we go. I thought I was. Did I somehow get unfollowed? The riots happening in LA are not organic or spontaneous. Oh, okay. The riots happening in LA are not organic or spontaneous. They're designed to look chaotic to cover up the fact that they're well-funded, exceptionally organized, and carried out by well-trained activists using intelligent, highly developed tactics. Here's a primer. Well, let's take a look at some of these images here. You can see making Molotov cocktails there. You can see all of these shields, and these ones that look like cardboard, they're not. They're plywood. Burning an American flag there. Okay. Oh, is there another? Okay. Oh. Yeah, these are all prepared ahead of time, the shields and everything. They've got the umbrellas as well. All of these shields here, you'll see they're all the same, right? These are constructed, and they have metal handles on the other side, and or it looks like those might be rope, actually. But anyway, these are all constructed, so they're all painted. I doubt that any of these people painted them themselves. They just somebody will show up and just start handing these out, as well as the signs that people are holding. I mean, most of these people have their ability to concentrate has been so compromised by learning everything about the world that they know from 15-second TikTok videos that I doubt they'd have the patience to write out a sign. In total, each shield takes about 3 hours to make and requires passing through multiple groups of volunteers before it's finished. All materials and time to produce them is donated, and shields are offered free of charge to BIPOC protesters and $10 for everyone else. Ghost, Viv, and volunteers have made about 250 shields so far and build between 30 and 55 shields made per session. This is organized. It says, friends in LA looking to go protest today and any other day this time, make your signs a shield to deflect as best you can of projectiles. If you want a better sign on the front, just spray adhesive to your painted your printed sign on the wood. So yeah, the sign, these are not cardboard. These are plywood. They're used as shields, and there's the handles there, metal handles screwed onto them. Let's see. Here's another, I suppose, revolutionary communist. They made us drop our shields that were made of cardboard and boogie boards, declared them weapons, then corner is in a tunnel, and started charging at us and shooting left and right while we were stuck with no protection. These are the so-called weapons. Well, you absolutely can use a piece of plywood as a weapon.
They came with a goddamn U-Haul for war.
So here you go. A U-Haul handing out shields and other materials for the for rioting.
So you actually see they came this way for a strategy. You got to actually see that they came here for a strategy, why they came to the street, okay? This shit is really organized, you guys, all right? You guys, this shit is really organized. I said, like the other dude, why don't you just cut downtown? Well,
really organized, he said. So, number 2, first, notice the protesters have shields. Pick one. These types of shields were used by the 2024 pro-Hamas rioters and 2020 BLM rioters. It's all connected. Each shield takes 3 hours to make, and activists spend all day making them. That's not spontaneous. It takes planning, and then they go and hand them out. The shields are not cardboard signs. They are designed to look like cardboard signs. They're in fact made of plywood and have metal handles. They have a cardboard sign attached to the front to disguise the fact they're made of wood. In 2020, these shields were brought in and distributed to rioters in organized drops. In LA, we seem to see the same strategy. They hand out protective equipment to rioters who then use them in their attacks. Note the same Home Depot bucket in pictures 2 and 3. So it isn't just the shields that are planned. Everything is, from what rioters wear to the tactics used in each situation. They're implementing highly developed theory of protest violence in order to create pressure and try to force politicians to give in. To see how this works, we need to understand the tactics they're using. The first strategy is to put their target in a decision dilemma by implementing a method of protest that leaves the person with no good options. No matter how the target reacts, they look bad. So let's see. Put your target in a decision dilemma. So this goes along with the action is your reaction. So the action is to get a reaction out of whoever they're protesting against. Design your action so your target is forced to make a decision. All their available options play to your advantage. If you design your action well, you can force your target into a situation where they have to respond but have no good options. They're damned if they do, damned if they don't. In fact, many actions with concrete goals, such as blockades, sit-ins, require such a decision dilemma in order to be successful. Consider the blockade of a building. A tactically effective blockade leaves your target with only 2 options: negotiate with you, meet your demands, or 2, react with force, violence against you, or arrest. That's a decision dilemma. Don't let your target walk out the back door, and don't put yourself in a situation where they can wait you out with impunity. You must force a clear decision dilemma. Without it, you let your target and or the police determine the success of your action rather than calling the shots yourself. Be sure to cover all the exits literally and figuratively. And we saw in 2020 them trying to burn like federal buildings with federal agents inside. I guess that's part of it, isn't it? The strategy is paired with the real action is your target's reaction, in which rioters use people's reactions to the protests against them. The goal here is to try and force the authorities to overreact so rioters can play martyr for the camera. It's all planned, it's strategy, and it's all manipulation. The final move is lead with sympathetic characters. They put sympathetic people out front to garner sympathy and make them look like sympathetic underdogs fighting an uphill battle. This is why they brought a baby to the protest. It was an intentional, pre-planned move. Imagine that, bringing a baby to that. I mean, just evil, right? But you also notice with Gavin Newsom's language, talking about children. He keeps talking about children, vulnerable people. Putting it all together by blocking a road using benches as barricades, they give the authorities no option but to use force. But by having a baby, they force the police into an impossible situation. Using force without harming a baby puts police in an impossible situation. They're just bad people. Right? These are just bad people. The principle at work behind this entire strategy is, quote, play to the audience that isn't there. Activists pick their tactics and strategies based on optics. They want to make themselves look like sympathetic underdogs to the audience seeing it on YouTube or watching the news. Play to the audience that isn't there. All of these strategies and tactics are used to create actions which activists can turn to their advantage. When they do this correctly, they can paint themselves as these sympathetic, powerless underdogs, even when they are the aggressors. It's social and political jujitsu. This isn't to say there aren't also intentional. This isn't to say they aren't also intentional in doing damage. They are. The book Black Bloc, White Riot, Anti-Globalization, and the Genealogy of Dissent by author A.K. Thompson is the starting place for their theory of what counts as violence and when violence is justified. Well, they don't count violence. They don't count property damage, smashing things, burning cars as violence. Alex Hundert defended a diversity of tactics, which is a euphemism for allowing violence at protests. Hundert explicitly states a commitment to nonviolence is dogmatic and stifles debate about which tactics to use. Violence is part of the strategy as well. Well, obviously it is a part of it. So it seems what they do is they'll use a kind of more meek, kind of sheep-like, useful idiot that doesn't really understand the issues, but is there because just simply the winds of political fashion have pushed them in that direction. They'll use them as cover. Leftist academics theorized about how violence could be used to build political leverage. Oberlin professor Jenny Garcia explains how violent protests, quote, make it a more salient issue and provide greater pressure on elected officials and candidates. So let's hear this.
As a result, I think that there are some good opportunities for actually placing sustained pressure on the institutions themselves and elected officials. So one of the ways that we need to do this is through the continuations of protests. And protests, even when there is violence, right, actually can make it a more salient issue and can provide greater pressure on elected officials and candidates. So being able to place extraordinary pressure on these officials, nominating your own candidates, can prove to be highly successful. What we know in political science.
See, this is just a normal lady who you could just be lulled by her tone, the fact she looks so normal, except where the image froze here. You could be lulled into just thinking, oh, this is all quite reasonable. No, this is Bolshevism, right? She's advocating for diversity of tactics, which is violence. Violence is a part of the diversity of tactics, right? This is a Bolshevik. This is a Bolshevik. I keep thinking back to, back when I first started up this channel, 4 or 5 years ago or whatever. A friend said to me, what, do you really think that there's all these communists everywhere? And I said, yes, listen to them. Listen to the people who run the institutions. These people are communists. This is a communist here. This is a Bolshevik right here. All right. All right. So I think we get the point on this one, don't we? It's not just an organic thing. This is not grassroots. It's top down, right? It's top down. We know that because they're getting supplies dropped off. They're getting pallets of cinder blocks dropped off. There are U-Haul trucks showing up with masks and shields that have been pre-made. Right, this is not just a grassroots thing. There's a strategy behind it. There's money behind it. And a lot of the organizations that are a part of this are funded by the blue cities and the blue states themselves. And until recently, a lot of federal money as well. I'm sure there's still federal money going to the people who see these as a way, who are involved in the planning of this stuff and see a political advantage in it. All right. Let's go back to the live feed, see what's going on.
Skyfox zooming in, and it seems like people are being detained here as well. If you look at the middle of your screen there, you can see a man who, with his hands behind back, being led by some of those officers. A large crowd there. So it's a very fluid and ongoing situation. This is according to the Chicago Police Department. The spokesperson said this in an email to our partners there at Fox 32, saying that as of what they know, as of 8:45 p.m. local time, they don't have any information on exactly how many arrests have been made there in Chicago. But we've seen video footage throughout the day of several protesters clashing with those Chicago police officers throughout the late afternoon and into the early morning. But again, a large law enforcement presence we can see right now happening in Chicago. Hundreds of others gathering there in the streets as those protests have been ongoing since early afternoon. Another update that we also have is that at this time, we know that no buses have been running there in that area as well. CTA put out to folks they need.
So that's Chicago. So I wonder what's going to happen on the weekend. What's going to happen on Friday night? They seem to be keeping stuff under control now. And I think that the leaders of these cities have decided it's not politically expedient for them to just allow it to go full. Ooh, what's going on here?
Monroe Street at around 6:20 p.m. local time. This is when that dark red / maroon car appeared to have sped through the crowd in an area where the street was blocked. Again, even from this vantage point, you can see people jumping out of the way to avoid the car, but it narrowly misses so many people, does come into contact with folks then striking back at the driver's windows. It seems that even the police officers stepping up and hitting that car with their batons.
Well, I don't know, maybe the police should not allow the roads to be blocked off so that people panic.
But we do know that according to Fox 32, our local partners there in Chicago, Dane Placco, the reporter, said that it was a frightening moment for those in the streets, but it was unclear if anyone was hurt by the car. But of course, people see they're jumping out of the way. And so again, the reporters there at Fox.
By the way, we don't see what happened to that car, in the minutes before this, because we know that protesters have a nasty habit of attacking cars, right? My feeling is that if you're blocking off roads, you're protesting in streets and you're blocking off roads and there's people in cars there and they're feeling threatened, I kind of feel like, especially if you're on a freeway or something, you're kind of responsible for what happens to you. You know what I mean? Maybe don't get in front of the cars, right? You don't know what that person's thinking. You don't know if that person's been attacked before in their car. I kind of feel like you've got to give the driver's a bit of leeway there. You don't know who's in that car.
32 said that the group of people were there in the street protesting, but the driver of this maroon car appeared to be irritated that they couldn't get through the streets because of all of the protests. But afterwards, a group of people were seen attending to what appeared to be an older woman who was on the ground after that car sped through. It's unclear at this time, though, if she had been hurt by the car. But again, witnesses on the scene watching the same video on the ground as this happened, saying that folks were diving out of the way, that the person was shouting, but they kept barreling through the crowd. So it's unclear at this point, according to our partners there at Fox 32, if anyone was arrested for this incident. But just very, very, very scary video footage that we have here.
Get the fuck out of the road. How about that? Get the fuck out of the road. Maybe that person was driving their kid to the hospital. You just don't know. Get the fuck out of the road. All right, what are you guys talking about? Actually, what do we got going on here? Hold on. Oh, boy, you guys are going to like this. You guys are going to love this. This is the best thing all stream. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. Only 1,000 units. That's pretty exclusive, my friends. You're getting the bold, dark roast that hits harder than a CNN fact check. Don't really get that line. The smooth, medium roast and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash, no commies. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. I'm glad because mold is gross. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. No. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's political opinions. Watch out. And a black 1775 tumbler that says, I don't take life advice or caffeine from a woke sea witch. $170 worth of coffee and gear. Yours for only, I can't even believe I'm saying this, $99. $170 worth of coffee and gear for only $99. That's under $100. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm pretty sure this is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler alert, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio. You're going to need that code studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. There's only 1,000 people. Probably there's only like 3 left. I'd get on it right now. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. Start your day with coffee that actually backs what you believe. And if you believe in free speech, this is the coffee for you, my friends. Probably not if you're a commie, though. Oh, yeah. That sweet anti-communist coffee ad. Love it. JDL makes... How you doing, JDL? JDL makes a great point here. Hit the like button, people. Hit the like. Get that free karma. Get it now while the getting's good. Get that free karma. I might run out at some point later in this stream. As you know, while I'm preparing for the stream and while I'm doing the stream, I'm building up this reservoir of good karma. I would keep it all for myself, but guess what? Obviously, that would be bad karma. So I must give it away. I'm producing more good karma all the time, so don't worry about that. But I have to give it away. So who should I give it to? Who's more deserving? Nobody is more deserving than you, the people watching this stream right now. Hit the like. Get your dose of free good karma right now. In these troubled times, can you afford not to? I say no. Also, like the stream, and subscribe to the channel. Just do it. Just do what I say. Turtle says 10 out of 10. Beautiful. That's a 10 out of 10 ad read right there. Rosie says 1775 coffee, no commies, no woke sea witch, extra prizes, bold, good growls, nice enthusiasm. 1777 out of 10. I do believe that's the most out of 10 you can get. Thank you, Rosie. All right. What are these dingbats saying? Let's take a look.
Of what happened today between the Trump administration and Governor Gavin Newsom. I just want to ask you what you've seen there from your vantage points as this is now entering the fifth day.
Christina, thank you. I'm sitting here in downtown Los Angeles, and the vast majority of the protesters are peaceful, but there's certainly been violent rioters, especially at night. Things do tend to be getting better over time, in large part, I think, due to that National Guard presence. Not just myself, but as far as my experience as well, I used to work for the city of Los Angeles. I used to do enforcement there for years at the top 2 floors of City Hall. So not only do I live and work in Los Angeles, but I'm a native Angelino, and this is certainly hitting our community hard, both in terms of the folks who are affected by this immigration enforcement, but the rest of the law-abiding citizens of Los Angeles that do not want to see these rioters continue.
And so as we've seen this face-off continue, not only against federal police as well in the city with other Angelinos, we're also seeing a face-off in terms of government officials. Of course, President Trump and Governor Gavin Newsom trading shots back and forth over the last few days.
I think Newsom's losing this one, right? He stands for chaos now. Gavin Newsom stands for chaos and fighting assistance against the chaos. That's what he stands for.
Department was told that
this is what Gavin Newsom stands for. This, quite clearly, quite obviously, right? I mean, will there be a point where Angelinos don't vote for this? This is what they voted for. This is what they're voting. Will there come a point where they'll just, like I did those many years ago, watching the news going and just suddenly go, wait a second, they're lying to me. They're just telling me obvious lies. I'm being manipulated. Will that happen? I don't know. I don't know. Let's check out these other feeds. So what's going on with this feed? This is the New York Post feed. That guy's not happy. I wonder if he got a rubber bullet in the chimichangas. I don't know. I don't know. I feel kind of bad. I mean, all that guy wanted was a communist revolution. That's all he wanted. That was from earlier in the day. I saw that earlier. Yeah, this isn't anything we want to watch. All right. Let's do let's check out CNN breaking news. What's going on with that? The latest headlines from CNN. Eagles owner reacts to NFL vote. So I guess they're not that interested. Huh. ABC News drops Terry Moran over late night post attacking Trump and Stephen Miller. You guys sent me this. Rosie sent me that, and we've got that coming up. Let's see. Video shows car plow through protesters in Chicago. Well, I wouldn't call that plowing through exactly. And how about Fetterman? Calls out Democrats for not condemning LA protest violence. What happened? He had that stroke and all of a sudden he got kind of sane. It's weird. I remember making fun of him when he was running for, what was it, that Senate in Pennsylvania. And I feel kind of bad about it now because he's probably the sanest Democrat, actually. Los Angeles will enact curfew for parts of downtown. Well, it's 1 square mile. 1 square mile. I don't think it's going to do much. It might backfire. Let's see. Let's update this. and see if there's anything we've been missing. Los Angeles mayor imposes curfew on downtown area after days of anti-ICE riots. Let's see. What's this here? ICE workplace raid in red state met by angry rock-throwing protesters. So I wonder if she was throwing rocks. I'm guessing it wasn't her. What happened? Let's take a look.
That we bring in acting ICE Director Todd Lyons. Director, good to have you back with us today. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to play this question because we just saw some of the violence playing out. Some of the looting is horrific as you watch people just running in, breaking windows, grabbing things from Apple stores and other stores in Los Angeles. Maxine Waters says there's no violence going on here. Watch this.
Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. Don't just
There was definitely no violence. I mean, definitely no violence. I mean, unless you call, let's see. There was definitely no violence there. This was all very peaceful. Definitely no violence there. So, I mean, this car that's on fire, that just lit on fire itself, right? And this guy was just trying to put it out by waving the Mexican flag over it, trying to put out the flames. No violence whatsoever. By the way, they did find a dead body on the streets. So, although I don't know what the cause was. Let's see. But there was definitely no violence. Like, hold on a second. Let me pull this down a little bit. Like this. No violence.
Control. Carrying a flag is not illegal, as you know.
See, the guy just was carrying a flag there.
Did happen in 1992 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real riot.
Video after video has shown that these agents are the ones provoking protesters and also making up, aggression by these protesters that later video shows people were not aggressive.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests, people that are there to protest.
It's just amazing, the gaslighting. It's genuinely incredible. And by the way, ICE provoked all of it by enforcing federal law. I mean, they're outright saying that they are not subject to federal law, that they are going to ignore federal law. Well, they already have been, right? They already have been. Sanctuary cities, that's not legal or constitutional, right? A sanctuary city, that means that they're going to ignore the law. They're going to ignore law and order. These are communists, people. These are commies. These are communists who want to tear down the entire Western world and build their dystopia on the ashes of the old, much, just incalculably better world. All right, let's get a palate cleanser on for a second. Some women's sports I always enjoy. That's a good palate cleanser. What are you guys saying? We need more likes, people. We need more likes. Come on, I'm counting on you. We're all counting on you. Let's see. Yeah, Dramus is correct. It's not enough likes. Let's get on top of this. Also, more subscribing to the channel, people. Come on. What the hell? Let's see. Rosie says the rock throwers are on video. They are finding them. Yeah, they found the guy who was on the side of the road there, just hurling those chunks of cinder blocks at the cars. They know who he is. I don't know if they found him yet. Let's see. JDL says our lying eyes again. Yep. They're just liars. They are just shameless liars. Nothing they say, nothing that comes out of their mouths is not either a lie or just deeply manipulative. Uh-oh. Mickey's had too many margaritas. Uh-oh. It's okay. This is a safe place for too many who've had too many margaritas. Don't worry. DDL says the left has been wanting this for a long time. Well, it's part of the toolkit, right? The real question is what happens over the weekend? That's the real question. Are they just gearing up? Are they going to let them loose over the weekend? Is that what it's really about? How about this? Let's listen to this. So James Woods posted this, and I think one of you guys sent this to me. It might have been Spambot. It might have been Rosie.
November 7, 1983. Remember this date, but first, let me introduce you to Karen Bass. Back in the 1970s, community activist Karen Bass went on at least 15 trips to Cuba, many with a group known as the Venceremos Brigade, a Marxist group started by the Castro regime to subvert American interests, weaken democracies, and spread communism around the world.
I wonder what Jackie Gleason thinks of this.
And that's nothing but pure and simple old-fashioned communism.
He's always right. Always right. That's the mayor of L.A. That's the mayor of L.A. That group she was associating with doing her trips to Cuba with was responsible for bombing the Capitol building, which I think he's going to get to.
Founded in 1969, the Venceremos Brigade organized trips to Cuba every year for half a century. They attracted the most radicalized and delusional segments of the American left, including overtly Maoist and pro-Soviet communist groups. In fact, a Los Angeles police investigator who infiltrated the group testified to Congress saying that to be a member of the brigade, you had to be confirmed as a Marxist-Leninist, as a brigadista, and then moving up the ranks to organizer for the Venceremos Brigade. Karen Bass visited Cuba every 6 months. Their mission? To radicalize young, impressionable American leftists in terrorist tactics and guerrilla warfare. Members of the Venceremos Brigade were even taught how to make bombs.
Jesus Christ!
Karen Bass admits, on her many pilgrimages to Cuba, she went to see Fidel Castro speak several times, even calling him charismatic, and upon his death, praised him, saying, "The passing of Commandant en Jefe is a great loss to the people of Cuba, even though the people of Cuba see him as a dictator who impoverished their island." Another group, the M19, took its belief in revolutionary anti-imperialism to
Okay, so we get the point. I mean, can you imagine that? The mayor of LA, she's just a commie, right? She's a commie. A commie fomenting revolutionary communism in our own town. What's this here from Mays? Hey, Gavin, feel free to use this as a campaign ad when you run in 2028. Let's take a look.
There's the American dream and the California dream. There's no Alabama dream. Eat your heart out, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. This is California. The world looks to us to see that it's possible to live, advance, and prosper together across every conceivable difference. It's what makes this state great, that we don't tolerate that diversity as we once had, but we truly can look today and talk in terms of how we celebrate that diversity. There's the American.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been to LA for about 10 years, and it was a shithole then. Let's see. Even Redditors recognize the terrible optics of waving Mexican flags while protesting deportations. It's a show of power. Will Chamberlain says the problem for the left is that these protesters are not obedient pets who will help them achieve their political goals and obey when their superiors tell them what to do. They actually are a menace, which has been the right's point for some time. Yeah, the question is, when do you get critical mass? When does Frankenstein's monster just break loose of its restraints and then just rampage and nobody can stop it? This is from June 8th. Los Angeles Antifa, far-left, and Mexican nationalist insurrectionists stole park benches to use as makeshift shields against police protecting City Hall. They're trying to besiege it and or burn it down. So do you remember what we were talking about earlier, where they're trying to create a decision dilemma where they have no good options? They're hoping that the police, when they do things like that, they're hoping that the police use force and then they can cry victim. Look at this. I mean, that should be used in the midterms. This should be, every Republican should be using this picture in some way. You know, Democrat supported, something like that. Terrible imagery. Now, apparently, I've got something in here somewhere where they're handing out American flags now. So the same people who drop off the shields and the gas masks and the face shields, I think they call them the bionics masks, where they're handing out American flags now. I guess they made a quick order on Amazon because the optics are so bad. I mean, the optics of this are horrific, right? Nobody wants to live in chaos. Let's see. And this should be every single sane politician should use this in their campaigning in the midterms. Let's see. Donald J. Trump, Governor Gavin Newsom, and Mayor. Some people call her Mayor. I call her Dogface. Bass should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done. And this now includes the ongoing LA riots. These are not protesters. They are troublemakers and insurrectionists. Remember, no masks, no masks. The root of all this is revolutionary communism. Every single new cause, you'll notice there's tons of cafes. There's one right there. You can't miss them. They're all over the place. It's all the same thing to them. It's all bound by Marxism. And you will notice that every one of these things, there is anti-capitalist messaging every single time. Watch this video from Los Angeles. A truck pulls up to the protest and starts handing out brand new gas masks and other supplies to protesters. This is a well-funded effort to cause destruction. Federal authorities need to go after the people funding it, obviously, and I think that they will. It's from A.G. Hamilton. I think they will. They're just handing out these masks, those face shields. I think they call them bionics. Somebody's funding that. It's not like somebody just went out and spent, there's probably thousands of dollars worth of stuff. Somebody's funding it. And they really do need to find out who it is. It'll be NGOs. It'll be advocacy groups. They'll all be funded by government in some way. How about this? Anti-ICE protester. We won't move until ICE leaves our country. This is ours. This is what I've been saying, right? The Mexican flags are a show of force, and it's a show of this is our identity. We are Mexican. We are not American. And now this land where we are is ours now. It is not yours anymore. It's ours. If you can, if you listen carefully, they'll tell you the truth. We're starting to have the same kind of things in Canada now, too. Where people who got here 5 minutes ago are saying, go back to Europe. It's all the same shit across the Western world, people. From J.D. Vance, this moment calls for decisive leadership. The president will not tolerate rioting and violence. Donald Trump, a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and corrupted by illegal aliens. They're very bad. And criminals, the worst criminals. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these Mexican riots. Order will be restored and illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is a defense of Western civilization. This is what it requires. He's the only major politician in the Western, well, one of the very few. There's maybe, Geert Wilders. There's very few, though, that are willing to just do what is actually just normal and moderate in a sane world, which is enforce federal law. That is normal. Like, that's the normal thing to do. What ICE is doing is the normal, responsible thing to do. And everybody understood that not that long ago. Liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion. Well, what does it look like exactly? What does it look like to it? What does that look like? What does that look like? Does that look like a does that look like a conqueror? What does that look like? I tell you what it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like empathy and compassion to me. Won't somebody think of the children? Won't somebody think of the children? Won't somebody think of the guy with, what is that, a skeleton mask standing on a burning car waving a Mexican flag? Won't somebody think of them? Please, please, have you no decency? Come on. Come on. Breaking. Organizers of LA protests are now assembling and handing out American flags to protesters. This comes after days of footage showing them waving Mexican flags while torching cars, attacking police, and burning U.S. flags. It's clear that they realized current optics were a disaster. Now they're intentionally using American flags in an attempt to rebrand and reshape the existing media narrative of the riots. Yeah, it's all planned. None of this is natural. None of it's grassroots. It's all top down. It's funded. It's planned. And there are a lot of sheep and a lot of useful idiots who are very happy to just simply be pushed along by the winds of political fashion. They can get selfies. By the way, if social media didn't exist, most of these people wouldn't be there. If they couldn't post a selfie of themselves at the big thing, at the big justice thing, online, so everybody could see how virtuous they are, they wouldn't be there. What's going on here? Seattle masked Antifa violent militants, many of them recently involved in the domestic terrorist attack at University of Washington and on the Christian worshipers, have mobilized to trap people inside a federal building. They're calling for more rioters to come. We covered the Antifa attack on the Christians having a nice family concert day in like a park. Just the dregs of society. By the way, these are the perfect Democrats, by the way. This is what I'm sure Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, this is what they consider, and Gavin Newsom, they consider these the perfect citizens. Do you notice how right at the front, who do they have right at the front? Let's see, they've got women up there, people who look fairly harmless, but then behind, all of a sudden, you've got the people with like gas masks, and you see the black bloc behind them. These are the people that will throw stuff, right? Behind the human shields at the front, the useful idiots at the front. You see all of the, visibly Antifa people, they're all behind the people in the front. This is tactics. These kind of harmless people, these women, they just look like normal people up at the front there. That's who they hide behind. That's their human shield. Yeah, that none of this is just organic or normal. This is all planned. Let's see. NYPD mass mobilizes their strategic response group officers to respond to anti-ICE protesters. So in New York, it looks like they're not messing around. But again, the question is, when does it reach a critical mass? So when does the revolutionary communists or the revolutionary communist sympathetic element of the population, when does it reach a critical mass where you just don't have enough police to control it? Oh, good Lord. Spambot's at it again. Guess what, Spambot? Guess what? That's a $10 donation from Spambot, which makes Spambot officially better than everybody else. In fact, the best person in the world. The best person that's ever lived. When I say best person ever, I mean best person ever. I mean, let's do it again. And all for less than the price of a new Tesla, a Tesla Cybertruck. $10. Thank you, Spambot. Awesome. You are awesome. And yeah, best person ever. That's what I said. I mean it. I mean it. Let's see. Turtle says, are we still on CommieTube? We still are on CommieTube. We've got some people watching over there. Let's see. So people on CommieTube or watching on X, if you're noticing the chat on the screen, that's all Rumble chat. So if you want to join in with what I think is the best chat community on the internet, with the best people, probably the best, all of them, the best people that have ever lived, join us over on Rumble, because that's the place where the chat is fun. The water's great. The people are super nice and smart and very friendly, and they welcome in newcomers. So unlike Trump, you could migrate to the Rumble stream anytime. What's going on here, though? What's this? This is probably the most important message you will ever hear. This sponsorship is from Rumble, one that is incredibly important to the survival of the company. When Rumble first started in 2013, they built the platform for the small creator, like me, like Radio Baloney. They didn't censor or have biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or censor opinions on COVID. Oh, but they did. Facebook, some people call them commie book or woke book, admitted they felt a pressure from the Biden and Harris administration. They folded like a house of cards. It's unbelievable. Rumble did not. They held the line. They are attacked daily for giving us a voice to talk to you. They are attacked in corporate media. They are attacked by dirty, filthy commies. They are attacked by governments like France. They are attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. What the heck is wrong with these people? Don't they care about free speech? Apparently they don't. Corporate America is fighting to remove speech. Rumble, fighting to keep it. Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers. They don't get much of it. There's too many commies in them. Watching our show on Rumble is the most they can ask from you. But if you really believe in this fight, and if you have the means, one major way you can help Rumble survive is by joining Rumble Premium. It's beautiful, folks. I'm a Rumble Premium guy, and I tell you, I've never been happier. Join the community that believes in the First Amendment and believes in our human right to free speech. It's the most important right, folks. It's the most important right that there is. And Rumble's keeping it for us, keeping it warm. Rumble is offering $10 off with the promo code STUDIO. Remember that promo code STUDIO. You're going to need that when you purchase an annual subscription. If you care about free speech and you have the means, that's the thing. But it's a big deal. Go to rumble.com/premium. That's rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO. Every time you do that, a communist cries. Like I said, if you have the means and believe in the cause, now is the time to join Rumble Premium. If you don't have the means, we're just happy if you watch us on Rumble. Beautiful, beautiful ad read. Beautiful ad read. Rosie says, Rumble ad read, 10 out of 10. You can't get better than that. Beautiful, beautiful times. All right, let's get back to the live feed and see if anything of interest is happening. Let's take a look. Looks like it'll probably stay fairly calm. They're going to keep everything under control. I mean, there'll always be that risk of something going down, but let's hear what Chairman Bass has to say.
Basically, we have to operate on rumors. So rumor has it that there's 700 Marines that are going to come here. I have no idea what they would do when they would get here. Right now, we have 100 National Guard whose sole mission is to protect the federal building downtown. That's 100. There's another 100 in Westwood protecting the federal building there. And I haven't heard of any protests that had anything to do with ICE taking place at the Westwood federal building, unless you have, Chief. Right. So we just don't know. And I think that's a problem with the administration, because to come in such a massive way and to make the announcements that all of this was going to happen and then not communicate it with the local jurisdiction as to when, what, how, why is.
Does anybody believe a word that comes out of her mouth? Right. What Gavin Newsom said that Trump didn't call. Trump showed the call logs that he did, and he actually talked to Gavin Newsom. Right? You can't believe anything these people say. It's all lies. It's all lies. You know, Trump called their bluff. He said, no, we're not waiting for people to start actually burning down whole city blocks downtown LA. We're going to stop it now. This is not going to be your replay of the Summer of Love. That's what enrages them. All right, let's take a look.
Pacific time. Lots and lots of people still holding flags. It's tough to get an accurate gauge from this vantage point just how many people are outside in downtown LA. This is where the curfew zone is, effective from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., portion of downtown LA. This applies to everyone according to Mayor Bass. There's limited exceptions, including for emergency and medical personnel, residence workers, and credentialed media. We do know that 23 businesses were looted last night. They say that was the tipping point for them to call for this curfew. They say this is a necessary safeguard for people and property after several days.
It's like a square mile. Will this be seen as like giving the okay to just go somewhere that's not in that tiny area and go hog wild there? I mean, I find the whole thing incompetence, malice, I don't know.
Any arrests in real time. As I mentioned, we are now past the curfew. So we're starting to see some of these officers on horseback arriving. In fact, let's pull up the audio. Let's listen into a bit of what the cameras are capturing in downtown LA right now. We've got two different vantage points of downtown LA at this point. We don't hear a lot, but we do see a line of local police officers with their riot gear. We did hear at that press conference that 197 arrests, at least, have been made today. Mayor Bass says that she does not know how long the ICE raids will continue for. She, of course, is continuing to urge the White House to stop with the raids. Officials in Los Angeles have said that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this has only made them more determined to do the raids, which is the responsible thing to do. You can't just abandon, just basically cede a part of the country. Like, that's total insanity. Of course Trump is going to continue. Of course they're going to continue to enforce federal law. Of course they will. Like, this is only going to make them want to do it more, right? To go harder at it. So I don't know. I mean, it's just all of that, all of what's been happening there, because they're enforcing federal law. And then, communists are mad about it. It's really incredible to me. Fifth night of protests.
PD is taking this very seriously, of course they are, and moving into place to make sure that the protesters and all the people downtown that don't belong there need to move along. Now, the mayor also made a point, I think it was actually Chief McDonald who made the point, that if you are experiencing homelessness, that you are allowed to stay in the curfew zone, and if you are a member of the news media. Now, I'm wondering, because I saw a couple of times on other news channels where the reporter had to keep explaining, no, we're press. Have you had any kind of interaction like that? Was there any time, a point where they weren't quite hearing?
All right, so I want to just do a quick update here, see if anything is popping off anywhere else. Protesters throw rocks, jump on moving ICE vehicle after Omaha workplace raid. Violence erupts in Omaha as anti-ICE riots continue in Los Angeles. What are they saying here?
That we bring in acting ICE Director Todd Lyons. Director, good to have you back with us today. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to play this question because we just saw some of the violence playing out. Some of the looting is horrific as you watch people just running in, breaking windows, grabbing things from Apple stores and other stores in Los Angeles. Maxine Waters says there's no violence.
Oh, yeah, we already watched this earlier. What else is... All right, hold on. Let's see. So, yeah, how about this? Trump shares call screenshot. Trump brings receipts he called Newsom amid LA riots as California governor claims there wasn't even a voicemail. So the weird vampire man lied? Huh. The governor has clearly decided to disgustingly side with the violent rioters instead of protecting Californians, Stephen Chung told Fox News. Let's see. So what's going on here? President Donald Trump hit back at Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom's claims that the president did not recently call him, telling Fox News he spoke to the governor for about 16 minutes on Saturday. Trump told Fox News Tuesday while traveling to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, that Newsom did not pick up his first call over the weekend, but that he picked up the second call and the pair spoke for 16 minutes on Saturday. I told him to essentially get his ass in gear and stop the riots, which were out of control, Trump said on Tuesday. More than anything else, this shows what a liar he is, said I never called. Trump provided a screenshot of the phone call dated to June 7th, 1:23 a.m. So it's not surprising. Here we go. Outgoing call, 1:23 a.m., 16 minutes, Gavin Newsom. So I believe Trump on this one. A day ago, I called him to tell him he's got to do a better job. He's done a bad job. Yeah, so... All right. Well, let's get back to the chat for a second, and then we'll maybe look at some different news. We've got anything else here? This is a bowling one. So this is still women's sports. So I thought this was an interesting one. What's going on here? Does she get a strike? No, gutter ball. Oh, man. All right. JDL says police horses are cool. Nevada says it's obvious now why the left didn't want Pete Hegseth. No, they do not. Turtle says the CCP has eyes on everything they do. They do indeed. How many sleeper cells did they send in under Biden? All of those thousands of military-aged men they sent over. Just wondering for a friend. Let's see. Turtle says that rumor has it that Commie gets nothing. Pete Hegseth is a fucking rock. It's true, Commie gets nothing. Let's see. Izzy says, great point. Even commies are allowed free speech on Rumble, but we're allowed to hate on them. 10 out of 10, ad read. All right. Turtle says, hold my beer, homelessness. Where was the fire? And BlackRock buying lands? Well, yeah, BlackRock has got like half of Canadian or half of American property at this point. Homelessness, I already told you guys, homelessness is for Gavin Newsom because he's a vampire. So, homeless people can disappear more readily. Nobody knows where they are, right? And obviously vampires have to drink blood, and homeless people is probably a great one. So that's a great way to go about it. It's so that Gavin Newsom can eat homeless people and continue to live. Let's see. Nevada says Poland just got conservative. I heard they got a new president or prime minister, whatever they have there in Poland, who's quite good. Nevada makes a good point. Think of the American children. No, they won't do that. All right. So should we maybe get into some other stuff for a little bit? We'll take a break and then we'll check back in on the protest streams. Let's see. JD Vance, an NBC journalist, Terry Moran, posted this absolutely vile smear of Stephen Miller. It's dripping with hatred. Remember that every time you watch ABC's coverage of the Trump administration. So let's actually, I'm going to just find very quickly a clip from Stephen Miller, which is making which makes the leftists extremely angry. Hold on. It shouldn't take very long. Just a couple of seconds. Here we go. This is the one. So they really don't like this. Commies hate this.
You all choose to live in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Tren de Aragua, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage, are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people as their neighbors, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who've invaded our homes and our country. You all...
Well, I'm not sure exactly when that is from, but it's the kind of thing that's going to make awful propaganda journalists hate you. So let's take a look at this from Terry Moran, and this got him fired. He said, the thing about Stephen Miller is not that he is the brains behind Trumpism. Yes, he is one of the people who conceptualizes the impulses of the Trumpist movement and translates them into policy, but that's not what's interesting about Miller. It's not brains, it's bile. Miller is a man who is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred. Hatred. He's a world-class hater. These people, the self-righteousness from these propagandists, it's incredible. You can see this just by looking at him, because you can see that his hatreds are his spiritual nourishment. He eats his hate. Maybe you just don't like being called out on your gross hypocrisy. Maybe that's what it's about. Trump is a world-class hater, but his hatred only a means to an end. And that end is his own glorification. That's his spiritual nourishment. I mean, you really? ABC journalist. I think you're showing your far leftism here. I think you're showing your insane bias here, Terry Moran. I think you're showing that you're just nothing more than a narrative robot, Terry Moran. So JD Vance says, as it happens, I know Stephen quite well, and he's motivated by love of country. He's motivated by a fear that people like Terry Moran make rules that normal Americans have to follow, but well-connected people don't. It's why he fought so hard to get President Trump elected, and why he works so hard to implement the agenda. ABC should apologize to Stephen. ABC should apologize to Stephen. What Terry posted is disgraceful. It is disgraceful. So, again, the kind of myth of objectivity has been shattered long ago. And I'm actually even surprised that he got fired for this, to be honest, because, it's not like they don't hide their bias. It's not like they hide their bias. It's not like ABC News tries to hide their bias, right? They're just dripping with it, right? It's not like they're trying to pretend they're not just narrative mills, right? But, they don't like being called. These self-righteous clowns don't like being called out on their hypocrisy. That's why they hate people like Stephen Miller, because they shatter any illusion of objectivity these people might have. All right. Shall we move on? Let's see. Vince Langman. For the record, ABC News didn't fire Terry Moran because he's a Trump deranged psychopath. They fired him because he didn't keep it a secret. Well, I guess he said out loud, right? What's obvious anyway. Here's a palate cleanser. So Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, the soccer player, he puts on a disguise and goes and plays soccer in the streets. And I thought this was interesting. Let's take a peek. He just asked for her telephone number. She goes, no. She had no idea that was Ronaldo. Absolutely no idea. Cristiano Ronaldo. That's his name. I'm not a big soccer guy. Let's see. People are like, that homeless guy's pretty good. It's a nice ending here. The kid looks a little uncomfortable. Why is that homeless guy siding the ball? That's weird. And then the reveal. Anywhere in Europe, everybody is going to know who this man is. Kind of a nice ending. It gives the kid the ball there. But I guess he got a view into life of not being a super famous soccer player. I wonder how that's going to affect him moving forward. Stargazing bucket list. So what was this all about? Oh, this is interesting. What do you got? Rosie or Miles sent this? I can't remember. Let's take a look.
There's something weird about this map. This is a...
Sure, hold on. Well, watch this, and we'll get back and check out the live feed again, see if anything's going on.
There's something weird about this map. This is a light pollution map of the United States, and I can't help but notice there's a chunk of Texas missing. Like, here's the map. Where is this entire part of Texas? This is the area around Big Bend National Park, and you can't even see it on this map because this area is the largest international dark sky reserve in the world. And I obviously had to go check it out. The Greater Big Bend International Dark Sky Reserve covers 15,000 square miles, so I stayed on the reserve in Terlingua, Texas, which is right there. And I stayed at the far-flung outdoor center, which itself is equipped with red lights for better stargazing. They also host astrophotography workshops and weekly star parties, which are open to the public and free to go to, and they teach you all about what you're seeing and let you use the telescopes. I used them to take this photo. The skies are absolutely unreal. Even on a cloudy night, you can see more constellations than you've ever seen. And on a clear night, you can see the Milky Way. People will drive into the park because it's right next door and open 24/7 and do stunning astrophotography. And you can see shooting stars and satellites and stars so faint that I've never even seen before. And I didn't get to do this, but the Far-Flung Outdoor Center also offers multi-day river trips through the park, and I can't even imagine that night sky through these canyons and mountains. It's also a short drive from the McDonald Observatory, which is where they discovered a lot of really cool stuff, including the atmosphere of the moon Titan. So if you're ever looking for a spot to immerse yourself in the stars as close as you can get on Earth, I think this has to be the place to go, and you'll be surrounded by other people who are also obsessed with the cosmos.
It really is. It never gets old looking up at the stars and then wondering if there's all right, we're back. We're back. What was I saying? I was saying that it never gets old looking up at the stars and wondering if around one of those stars there's a planet with somebody doing the exact same thing. Yeah, that was the glitch. That never gets old because we just don't know. We don't know. We don't know if there's if it's all just a bunch of like algae planets or fungus planets, single-celled life planets, or if there's like something like a giraffe there looking up at the night sky. We just don't know. We have no idea. It could all just be totally barren for all we know. But it never gets old. It never gets old, and it's a really
There's something weird.
It's a mystery. What's this? I really think I'm bonding with my Democrat tracker. This is from Tim Burchett. So he's always got some good one-liners.
I think 16 million Americans deserve to lose their health care.
Do you think 435 members of Congress deserve to see your legs like that every day?
I think 16 million
deserve to see your legs like. He doesn't even bother answering the lies from the guy. What's the point? Why are they always that guy too? Not impressing anybody. You're not gonna get laid, pal. Let's see. Actually, let's go back and see if anything is happening on the live feed from LA.
And we should note that we were there live last night in Santa Ana, bringing our viewers some of this coverage. This is Orange County versus LA County, but Santa Ana is a heavily Latino population and Asian population as well. But they did have some ICE operations there a day or so ago, and that did affect the community who was reacting to the ICE operations in their locations and also some neighboring communities as well.
And what is confounding to me is what is the turning point? Like, what turned the crowd? So in the beginning, when we were down there, we saw, yes, a lot of people and a couple of skirmish lines, but then something happened, and it's what we saw in Little Tokyo last night as well. Like, we can't quite figure out what is the trigger, what turns the crowd.
You know what I think happened? I think that Democrats decided to, and Republicans to some extent as well in the past, decided to undermine the foundations of the country for one thing, to suppress wages, but also for political power. I think that's what happened. I think if we're going to talk at the most basic level, I think that's what happened. It's happening in every Western country.
Something what former LAPD chief Bill Brandt used to call them, the knuckleheads. And it was just usually, I would watch it, there'd be one person who would excite the violence, light the fuse, if you will, by throwing fireworks or something, or a bottle of water or something at the law enforcement. And then all of a sudden it would be on. They'd be clashing, they'd be jousting back and forth. And then the officers, particularly here last night, they were not, if you don't mind me saying, they were not fooling around with the tear gas and everything else. They really moved in quick, trying to put down the violence, trying to protect the federal area through here. And as the lawmakers were saying at that press conference earlier today down here in Santa Ana in the OC, they deplore this violence. They don't want any part of this violence. Sure, they're aiming. It's interesting. Their point is also what we heard up from Mayor Bass, and what we've been hearing from her, that they're blaming the president and the immigration crackdown for this. Blame some of the lawmakers here squarely on the president and what he's been doing. But the others are saying, regardless of that, you can protest, you can come out like a lot of these folks. Look at their
diversity of tactics. You've got the kind of the sheep that are just following the winds of political fashion, and they are cover for the organized agitators. And it is the sheep are tacitly approve of that anyway, because they allow them to operate within them. Diversity of tactics. So what are these? So here we go. More Mexican. Haven't they got the memo? No, you're supposed to switch it to American flags now. It looks bad.
downtown pieces of concrete. Yes.
Well,
I know. Can you imagine?
I would
so
say,
that is the concern.
And as we look at your picture here, I would say also, having watched what happened in LA could have given Orange County much more advance notice as to what was going on in Southern California and the issues affecting members of the community, allowing them to perhaps get in place, as LAPD talked about. It takes time to mobilize a lot of units and to prepare for a mass crowd. Also, you don't have the massive amount of people that you had in downtown LA, but you also had a pretty quick response from not only Santa Ana PD, but also the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They were both in place.
So there's not much going on. I guess it's really this weekend is going to be the tell. I mean, things could pop off tonight, tomorrow night. I mean, things can just happen, but the real tell will be on the weekend, how crazy it gets. And it also depends on, what tactics the city wants to use. The mayor, Gavin Newsom, they might decide, all of this is just politics to them. So they might decide that it'll be, politically advantageous to them to just let them burn down a couple of blocks. We saw that happen in 2020. It was absolutely political. It was done for political purposes. They're absolutely capable of that. Denny Ringus over on YouTube says, Trump was elected with a mandate to clean up the mess. What happened with the last Biden administration did to the country and open borders. Yes, he had a mandate, pretty clear mandate. Let's see, what are they saying here?
Any folks, a couple of homeless people who have been in the area and they're staying here. But other than that, it seems relatively peaceful. Now,
I expect they'll keep it more or less in hand, at least until the weekend, I would think. Let me show you something. Let's do a palate cleanser. Let's do something. Well, it's not really a palate cleanser, but just something different for a minute. We'll check back in with the live feeds in a bit. So from Reclaim the Net, Orwell's 1984 gets a trigger warning. Authorized edition from the Orwell estate. So the 75th anniversary edition of 1984 gets a trigger warning. You can't make it up. This is just, life has become stranger than fiction at this point. And this is from Reclaim. This is from Reclaim the Net. Reject censorship, they say. Reject surveillance. Reclaim your voice. Orwell's 1984 gets a trigger warning. 75 years later, we're red penciling the warnings instead of heeding them. Orwell's 1984, the literary equivalent of a klaxon screaming, "Warning, totalitarianism ahead," has now been fitted with a warning. A preface, to be precise, from the hand of one Dolan Perkins Valdez, who informs readers that the book's protagonist, Winston Smith, holds views about women that are despicable in the work of fiction about the totalitarian censorship state. All right. Apparently, the fictional character in a novel about mind control, censorship, and the slow boiling of the individual. Apparently, the fictional character in a novel about mind control, censorship, and the slow boiling of individual thought in the stew of state propaganda has now committed the gravest sin of all. He failed to pass a 2025 HR sensitivity seminar. You can't make it up. You just can't make it up. These are the people that are running the institutions now. These are the people that are running academia now and the publishing houses. This is the 75th anniversary edition of 1984. That's 3/4 of a century of warning bells, wake-up calls, and high school essays on why Big Brother is bad. And now we're being told by the publisher, Berkeley Books, that the book needs a moral escort to make sure no one gets the wrong idea. I'm surprised they're not just promoting it as a blueprint for the perfect society. The irony is now wearing neon body paint and dancing in the street. Perkins Valdez opens her commentary with an admission. She read the book and tried to, quote, enjoy the novel on its own terms. Good for her. That's usually how reading works. But then she hits a snag. The line, quote, he disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. Now, if you read 1984, you'll understand why. At this point, she confesses she might have given up on the book entirely had she read it earlier in life. 1984 was not supposed to be an instruction manual t-shirt. That's a good one. Yes, Winston Smith, whose life is orchestrated by telescreens, secret police, and public hangings, who is quite literally erased from existence for thinking unauthorized thoughts, is now being written off as a problematic figure for insufficient gender positivity. You can't make it up, folks. You can't make it up. These are the people who are shaping young minds. Perkins Valdez also writes that, quote, a sliver of connection can be difficult for someone like me to find in a novel that does not speak much to race and ethnicity, noting the absence of black characters. Yeah. In a book about England, which was renamed Airstrip 1, that was written in the 1940s? Everything must conform. Everything must conform to wokeness. Oh, by the way, a wise man once said,
everything woke turns to shit.
Let's not forget, this is fiction. A warning, a nightmare, the literary equivalent of being screamed at by a man in a trench coat under a flickering street lamp. It's meant to scare the living hell out of you. But of course, if you're woke, you have to see everything through the race Marxism lens. It's impossible to just read 1984 and say, oh boy, I don't want to contribute to my society becoming that. You can't do that. You have to write a preface to it. You have to write a preface to the book, demanding it be more like that the book itself be more like what the book is warning about. I know this is insane. Let's not forget, this is fiction. Okay. It's not that Winston Smith is a misogynist. It's that the entire book is about a society where even noticing the difference is illegal. The whole plot is a lesson in what happens when the state starts dictating what is acceptable to think and say. And now we've appended a preface that effectively tells readers what's acceptable to feel. Yeah, so George Orwell didn't write the book with explicitly modern, woke, radical left themes. approvingly. In fact, the book is kind of, you can see actually in modern leftism a lot of what George Orwell, or most of what he was warning about. I wonder if that's why she was really offended. But yeah, you can't make it up. Like, life is stranger than fiction, or maybe at some point even more terrible than fiction. I guess we'll have to find out. All right, let's check out the live feed. Well, there's a commercial break. Do we have any other live feeds still going? That's not a live feed any longer anyway. News 12.
Was a struggling soul. She never had peace.
No, that's not what we want. All right. Let's maybe I'll leave this on for a second and I'll just take a short break. Get myself something else to drink. What are we going? 2 hours and 41 minutes? I think we should keep going, right? Might as well keep going because we still got lots to talk about, actually. We have barely gotten to any of the non-ICE protest / riot stuff. How about we'll put this on, or we'll put on something. We'll put on the women's tennis for a second. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I heard that the people who don't subscribe to the channel and like the stream are communists. This is just what I heard. In fact, to quote exactly, dirty, filthy commies. That's what I heard. Now, I personally wouldn't want to be mistaken for a dirty, filthy commie myself. So if it were me watching this right now, I would definitely subscribe and like it just to be safe. And then you know what? It's taken out of the gatekeeper's hands. You control what you watch after that. I mean, if you're watching on YouTube, like if you don't subscribe to the channel, forget about it. You're never seeing another one of my streams again. They're never going to show you. It's a miracle you found it in the first place, or any of my videos, because of the gatekeepers. So don't let them win. Subscribe, and then when you're watching, when next time you go on, whatever you're watching on, it'll just be there. Then you can make up your own mind. You can say, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to watch that tonight. You won't have to. Or you could say, you know what? That looks really interesting. I'm so glad I subscribed, and now I can watch it. Otherwise, it would have been hidden from me. Now it's not. You see what I mean? And also liking. Communists don't want you to like the stream. They cry when you do it. So if you like it when commies cry, subscribe and also like the stream. That's all I'm saying. I'm leaving it up to you. It's in your hands. All right, people, what the hell are we doing? What are we doing now? Let's see. I don't want to play this one though, because I'm going to get a copyright thing on it because there's a Beatles song in it. So Greta Thunberg, green hat, hides her face as her leisure cruise of narcissism ended Monday. They call it the selfie yacht that they were on. They're going to break into Gaza. They're going to break the siege of Gaza. And they get in there and give them what was left of the supplies that they were consuming constantly. Apparently, there was very little left of the supplies that they were taking, food and water, because they were just consuming it themselves. Look at these heroes. Look at these heroes. So the Israeli military stopped them from going in in what was clearly a publicity stunt, and then is giving them big sandwiches. They don't seem that grateful, to be honest. Why aren't they saying thank you? They should be saying thank you. They're doing them a favor. She and her crew were intercepted by Israeli forces, taken and given sandwiches. The aid Greta brought was tiny and mostly consumed already by the crew on the selfie yacht. A truly pathetic end to Greta's latest publicity stunt. So we now know Greta, she hates carbon, but it turns out also she hates capitalism, and also she hates Jews. So that's Greta Thunberg. The thing is about her, I've been making, where is Greta in this? Is she in this? Where is she? I think that's her there. I've been saying that, where is she? Can you see her in here properly? I've been saying ever since she first came around that there's something, there she is, something very Children of the Corn about her. And as she gets older, though, she's not changing. She's still got that just as strong a Children of the Corn vibe as ever. And she's like in her 20s now, I think. So maybe she's got that disease that makes you always look like Children of the Corn, or more like Children of the Corn as you get older. Maybe she was a totally normal baby. I don't know. But something going on. Something going on. Let's see. All right. Let's see what have we got next here. Women are women's problem more often than not. Well, watch this. Talking about ingratitude, by the way.
This is why you should always trust your coach. Because when this coach tried to help this girl to perform a backflip, her friends didn't like it and said this.
You didn't need a spot for that.
Oh, never does.
Reach harder. That's all you did. Reach harder without me and you're fine. You did not need a spot for that.
Oh, shit. Are you?
Oh, she needs new friends. Women are women's problem more often than not. She needs new friends. I feel bad for her because I feel like she was pressured into it by her stupid bitch friend. Let's see. This is related to what we've been seeing with the ICE lunacy, with the ICE protest riot lunacy. Glenn Beck, this is from last summer. The Cloward Piven strategy of overwhelming the system is in full swing. Let's hear what he has to say.
I want to come back to this. Communists and socialists, globalists, anarchists, and Islamists will work together to destroy capitalism, Israel, and the Western world. So we have leadership now that are communists and socialists. The socialists are in charge of England and France, maybe with this next election here in America. You also
don't forget Canada.
Also have the unions, the teachers' unions, and the SCIU that is doing everything they can to push this agenda to end capitalism and introduce a new system. We also have leadership in companies, the WEF, most elites in banks that are globalists. Now, sometimes they're both of these. Then you have the Islamists, open borders. These guys are pushing open borders to bring us down to a third world and an Islamic country. That's what the Islamists get out of this. They get to take over the West. And if you've watched the videos from Europe, it is so important you see it's everywhere. These countries are losing their identity entirely. So let me just give you this real quick. The ground game is the anarchists.
They're not actually anarchists. They are revolutionary communists. So that is just that's fake that they're not anarchists.
The communists and socialists and the globalists, their goal is to end capitalism, give us a new system. And it's going to be a global system, an oligarchy, and the elites will run it, and you won't have anything to say about it. Remember, the WEF, you're not going to own anything, but you'll rent from these guys, okay? They need to topple the West. They have to. To be able to replace it, you have to collapse it. Well, one of the communists and socialists that we know of is Cloward and Piven. Two professors, I think it was at NYU, and I talked about them years ago. Their whole strategy is how to collapse the West. And what do? You overwhelm everything. Why do you think California voted to give everybody loans and you're not a citizen? Why? It will collapse the system. What will happen with all of these, with open borders? It will collapse the system, but it'll also put other people in charge, and they will destroy us on the streets, which will collapse the system. It will collapse capitalism, the Western way of life, and Israel. This is happening right now. In America, this is your last chance. This November is the final call. Get everyone you know to vote. Everyone you know. If we don't have an overwhelming election, you're going to see these guys kick in, these guys kick in, these guys kick in, and these guys kick in. And we will have chaos that I don't think we recover from.
Yeah, it's, he's talking about Islamists there, but it's just all of the, Islamists. You've got, obviously, in LA, it's Mexican nationalists, and they're really communists. It's all connected by the same thing, actually. At the center of it all, they're all Marxists. Marxism connects the whole thing. That's at the root of all of it. That's why you're seeing all the cafes in LA at the ICE protests. Really, it's never about the issue, it's about the revolution. And I think the real end goal is Chinese-style communism, which is really just fascism. Fascism, I've always maintained, is a sister ideology on the left to communism. They're both communists. They're both collectivist. The individual doesn't matter. The state matters. Everything for the state. The roots of fascism in Italy were clearly socialist. The Nazis, the National Social Workers Party, the National Socialists, right? it's all left wing. And so I think that China managed to, by adopting capitalism with Chinese characteristics, as they say, was able to just flawlessly transition into totalitarian fascism, right? Because they've got capitalism, but with Chinese characteristics. And what that means is that every Chinese company over a certain amount of employees has a Chinese Communist Party office in it. So it's this kind of, alchemy there between fascism and communism. They're really kind of the same. It's just a mix. Fascism, it's a new version of it, I guess. And I think that is what the globalists look at and they drool, because there's totalitarianism. You still have capitalism and the productivity of that, even though it's different than it is in Canada or the United States. And you've got, but you've also got the lure of socialism as well, and communism as well, for the useful idiots, right? They'll think they're going to be getting their communist utopia. I think that's where it's going. It's got all the ingredients that I think the globalists like, and the ingredients to trick enough people, they hope, into giving away everything, giving away Western civilization, giving away their rights, their freedoms, their hope for the future, any possibility of making any decision for themselves. I think that's where it's going. I think that we know that Justin Trudeau talked about how he admired China's basic dictatorship. Mark Carney is full of nothing but kind words for China. Klaus Schwab as well. The WEF loves China. I think they see that as the global model. They get everything that they want. They get to maintain their positions and their wealth. They get to control the population. The whole world just becomes their laboratory for their crazy ideas. And there's nothing anybody will be able to do about it, because they will have given away any power to do anything about it. And the absolute futuristic totalitarianism will prevent any kind of revolution from happening. It will be a permanent state like in 1984. Anyway, that's just what I think. But let's take a look at the live feed. Let's see if anything's kicking off.
A lot of times you might not see on video, but if the officers, let's say if there are undercover other officers that observed him doing something or her doing something prior, we didn't see on what you're seeing on your telecast right now, they can advise the officers that's the person we're looking for. 3-4 minutes ago, he did this, this, and this. So a lot of times you'll see detention being made, but not necessarily you didn't see the action that was precluding it.
Yeah, indeed. Deron Malkonian, thank you for your perspective. We really appreciate your great insight on what's going on, because, of course, we're not down there and we're just watching from Skyfox. So, again, at this point, we're going to take a break and come back with LA Live News.
Keep an eye out for selectively or misleadingly edited clips coming out from CNN and MSNBC and, on social media, because they love those. If somebody getting arrested, they don't show you what the person did. There's a crucial 10 seconds before that you don't see.
So one thing we like to do is we like to dip in to Fox 11 Los Angeles whenever their coverage is available. One thing that we're going to be doing in the upcoming hour is we're going to stick with them. We're also going to be monitoring the curfew order, as they've been discussing there on Fox 11. We're in the middle of the curfew right now. It started just under an hour ago, Pacific Standard Time. It runs until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's the curfew zone right there. Caleb, if we're able to, can we full screen the graphic portion of this? They say that the curfew applies to everyone who's out and about within this region. Residents are going to be, and you know what? There's a few populations of people who can stay out. That's people who are either working in the area, that's people who are living in the area. Accredited journalists may be out and about, but for the most part, What authorities have warned is that anybody who is in these areas during the curfew will be arrested. They didn't say may be arrested. They said will be arrested.
I don't know. Looks like the rioters looks like they've maybe run out of energy or something. I don't know. Don't seem to be doing much now. They seem to be running a little low on energy. I guess maybe they don't have the caffeine's not doing it for them. The crystal meth's not doing it for them. You know, maybe, I don't know. Do they eat human adrenaline glands? I don't know. It's not doing it for them. They need some sort of energy, don't they? But I mean, what kind of energy? I mean, it's been it's been long days of being revolutionary communists. So I'm sure they've tried everything. I can't even imagine one more thing that they might try to give them the energy to make a nuisance of
They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy.
And teapot. God, I've been dying to play that clip. We had a moratorium for a few streams. Spambot gave us the okay to go ahead and use it again. So I had to do it. And I'll tell you why. I will never get sick of that. I will never stop laughing at that because I call it nature satire. It's the most ludicrous thing in the world. You start out with something that doesn't exist, which is they, them. That's just not real. Then you claim there's a special energy that it has, the thing that doesn't exist. The class of people that don't actually exist. You claim that there's a certain special energy and it must be really good. And so to sell it, you put out the most ludicrous representative of this they, them energy that you can find. I find it hilarious. I find it so ludicrous and absurd. The whole thing, again, it's nature satire. Nature satire. All right. Plunder World, how you doing? No Kings is a Marxist group advertising for nationwide protests this weekend. I've got something on them. I don't want to have to scroll for 5 hours to find it, so I'm just going to search it up right now. Hold on a second. Yeah, they're very active in organizing all of this. Let's see. Give me 1 second, people. We'll be right there. So let's see. No Kings. This is New York Times. This is a full-page ad in the New York Times. That's probably $20,000. That's a lot. That's not $50. No Kings. June 14th. Mobilize. We are a people of principle and honor. We honor our commitments, stand by our allies, blah, blah, blah. Defend against aggression will dictate, blah, blah, blah. Uphold and defend the Constitution. I don't think that you do, though. I think you're against that. I think that's what Trump is trying to do. We care for veterans and children. I don't feel like you do. Let's see. I think these are commies trying to pretend that they're not. And this, to run an ad in the New York Times, a full-page ad, very expensive. Somebody's paying for this. Paid for by Christy Walton. Interesting. Let's see. Scoop. Walmart to release a statement tonight condemning violence after Walmart heiress Christy Walton took out an ad promoting the June 14th anti-Trump No Kings protest in the New York Times. I told you it costs a lot of money. I was able to get this ad that was published by Walmart heiress Christy Walton in front of Walmart's executives today. I explained to them and their representatives the need to condemn the actions of Christie and her ad that is promoting radical leftist protests in the U.S. by inciting violence against real Donald Trump. Walmart will be releasing the statement below in the next hour. I have been given the statement ahead of time by Walmart's executives. This is from Laura Loomer, by the way. Quote, we condemn violence, including when it's directed towards law enforcement and the damaging of property. As a company with associates and customers in the Los Angeles region, we remain focused on their safety and that of impacted associates. The advertisements from Christy Walton are in no way connected to or endorsed by Walmart. She does not serve on the board or play any role in decision-making at Walmart. So corporations are getting smart. I'd like to add that Walmart was very receptive when their executives were contacted with my concerns, and they didn't push back when I said a statement would need to be made today. I am glad Walmart took this opportunity to distance themselves from Christy Walton's anti-Trump multi-city ad and to condemn political violence. So often, the biggest useful idiots are wealthy people. They're champagne socialists, a Walmart heiress, Christy Walton. These are the true useful idiots, right? Because they have influence. Obviously, she's buying a very expensive full-page ad in the New York Times. These are the people that have the ability to shape opinion. In the target, and I use the word target very intentionally, the target population, not to be confused with the company Target. I guess I should be clear about that. Although, yeah, it seems like they've got a commie problem as well. But it makes me think, people like this, they make me think of like some misguided, like aristocrat in Petrograd in 1918, right before, wearing a red armband right before the Bolshevik seizure of power, with just absolutely no idea what's in store. No idea the kind of horror that they have helped to unleash. And why did they do it? Is it guilt? Is it something like that? Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who looks great in an American flag bikini, by the way. Walmart heiress Christy Walton is funding full-page color ads in the New York Times for No King's Day, a nationwide counter-protest scheduled for Trump's birthday, organized by far-left group Indivisible. Looks like the Walmart dynasty is big mad about China tariffs. Apparently, they have, they've come out very clearly saying we are not connected to these crazy commies. Let's see. From Pastor A. Jackson, Laura Luma, just so you know, the No Kings protests will include some Walmart parking lots. Maybe the executives should know this also. That could mean also some looting of Walmarts. Because commies love looting. They love it so much. They can't get enough of the looting. Free stuff, gimme, 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 gimme. Let's see, what's this? There are over 1,500 plus planned protests across the U.S. on this Saturday, June 14th, that is called No Kings Protest. So I'm guessing this is when it's really going to kick off. Look at all of these. Wow. I mean, there must be so much money. There must be an enormous amount of money funding this. Funding this modern Bolshevism. It's incredible. Let's check out this again. Hold on.
Then down the street. But when the LAPD moved in, they moved in quickly and they moved in with conviction. As people like to say, they weren't playing. I mean, we knew to get out of the way fast. So that's what we're seeing right now. Just those people being booked. They're being lined up along that gate there. And presumably they'll be taken away in that bus and I guess perhaps spend the night in jail. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think you'd be released OR. I think probably people will spend the night in jail. But this is the scene in downtown, and I assume that it's quiet in other parts of the city as well. This is the only place I've been today. But a story I told to you earlier that I thought was quite fascinating. After we finished our live coverage last night and I got back to my destination at 7th and Olive, I saw, we weren't that far away. We were, 7 blocks from where all that lawlessness had taken place, all the vandalism and...
All right. So it looks like they're keeping it in hand, at least until the weekend. Let's see what you guys are saying. Time to follow with the chocolate. What is this chocolate business? What is going on? I can't do another ad until hold on, let me copy this link. Copy. I can't do another ad until we're up to 100 viewers at the same time. So I don't know if we'll get there tonight. Hold on one second. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? All right. You guys wanted it. There's some chocolate cheesecake. It does look pretty good, I've got to say. This is for Rosie. That does look pretty good. It's a pretty nice look. That's a pretty delicious looking piece of cheesecake right there with the blueberries and the raspberries and the chocolate sauce. That looks pretty good. I don't have any of that. So I don't know. Why are you making me look at this? I don't have that. We're going to go back to women's tennis. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. As he says, well, I'll be boycotting Walmart, I guess. Well, but Walmart, she's not on the board, and they're saying they're distancing themselves from it. They don't want it. Let's see. Whoa, hold on a second. Do you mean that I get $5 if I show chocolate on the stream? Holy macaroni. Rosie just sent $5. Best person ever. Oh, hold on a second. I'm not trying to do that. Hold on a sec. Where is that? There we go. Okay. There we go. $5 from Rosie. Officially makes Rosie best person ever. Best person that's ever lived in all of history. All of history. When I say best person ever, I mean the best person in all of history. And for less than the price of a large latte at Woke Bucks. I mean, can you believe it, folks? Can you believe it? One more time for Rosie. Everybody give a round of applause. So does this mean that every time I show something that's chocolate on the stream, I get $5? Is that what this means? Nevada says, need energy. Thank you, Rosie. It's awesome. Thank you so much. Raider Sherman says, wait, that means I get energy. That's how this works. Nevada says, need energy. Radio Streamer says, I'm so lethargic. Nevada says, I'm falling asleep. I don't know what you guys are talking. I don't know where I could find it sounds like you guys are powerful tired. I don't know where on earth I could find the kind of energy that you might need. I mean, if I could give you guys all human adrenaline glands that you could chew on right now, I'd do it. I'd do it in a second, but I don't know where I can find the kind of energy. Boom, and teapot. It will never get old for me. That will never get old for me. I maintain it's nature's satire. It is the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen, and I will never stop loving it. I actually have a deep affection for it now because it's so very dumb. All right. There you guys go. There's your energy. There's your energy. We did it twice. We can't do it again now. All right. Now what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? I don't know. Let's check out the next thing here. So what's going on here? Without sentry mode, you would never know what really happened. From Ray. Oh, this poor kid. I think this is in China. China. Oh. Oh, right in the wontons. Right in the wontons. Oh, that poor kid. Ow. China. How are your ball? That's what he said. He said, how are your ball? Anyway, this is what we do on this channel. If you're not subscribed, by the way, you should subscribe right away, because if you don't, you'll miss the next time we show dogs that go missing and they're found hanging out with bears. A dog who became friends with bears. Subscribe, and then next time this is on, you'll see it. You won't have to miss a bit of it, a second. Look at this. That's marvelous. Dog just, imagine that. So the dog went missing. They sent the drone up to look for it, and it's hanging out with the bears. Like, they're just all pals. You'd think the bears would eat it, but no, they're just like, hey, you're a pal. You're one of us now. Look at that. I mean, I don't know. There's something just kind of that just makes you feel good, right? About this. This is why we call these palate cleansers, because we see all this news and all these terrible revolutionary communists all over the place, and you need you need to feel good about life and the planet. And this is just nice. It's just, what a weird thing. A dog escapes, dog goes missing to go hang out with his bear friends, and they're all pals. I don't know. It's just cool, right? All right. Hiker hides behind a tree as a moose approaches. So I'm going to be up in moose country soon. They are very big, and they can easily kill you. I don't think they really want to, but they will if you piss them off. So that would get your heart racing. Those things are massive. This is just nice. Sharing is caring. It's a dog with his monkey friend. Look at that. That's just lovely. They're obviously best friends. I don't know. That's just nice. What is it about, like, different species of animals just being pals, just hanging out, that's so fun? There's something so fun about it, right? Like, there's that dog that was like the mother to like some tiger cubs, and the tigers grew up, but they still saw the dog as the mother, and then they all hang out. And there's just something nice. It's just heartwarming and wholesome in some really lovely, beautiful way. All right. Which is way better than revolutionary communists. South African farmer feeding his guard dogs. Beware, most times they cook at home. So what's going on here? South African farmer, these are his guard dogs. They protect the farm. I can't play music. But in South Africa, it sounds like you might need some lions on your property. Oh, wait a second. So, okay, so the chocolate thing, that's if I play the they, them energy, then I've got to do chocolate. Okay, I think I remember now. Okay, so pumpkin chocolate energy. All right, well, I think we've seen enough of this farm there. All right, that's at the end. Hold on a second. Let's see what we can dredge up. All right, this is for the ladies on the stream. All right. Pumpkin chocolate. Let's see if something comes up. That's not it. What's this? This is pumpkin chocolate chip cake with spiced cream cheese frosting. So let's take a look. That looks pretty good. But where's the chocolate? Oh, there's the chocolate. There it is. Oh, yeah. Get some of that chocolate on there. Okay, that looks pretty good. But now I'm getting hungry, which I don't like because I don't want to be hungry right now. I want to keep ranting online. What's going on here? That's quite nice. And the cake looks good too. I am once again cake vlogging. Pumpkin spice cake and, well, there's no chocolate in there. But, there was some chocolate in there. Excellent. Excellent. But it would be better if she was wearing no shirt. Anyway, let's move on. What's that? That's not chocolate. All right. Anyway, we did. Ooh, pumpkin. Oh, vegan. Oh, no, we don't do vegan. Sorry. Cats are nice, though. All right. So that's it. Let's go here. All right. There's your chocolate fix. Let's see. Let's see. Plunderworld. Plunderworld says, I can't read this. I can't read that. I can't possibly read that. You can't just type in Alabama, they pumpkin and expect me to read that. That's terrible. And I also don't believe it. That is offensive. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, wait, how much energy does it take to counterbalance all of that extra chocolate? We're leaving that's enough energy for tonight. I don't want you guys going crazy. That's enough them energy for you guys. You're not used to it. You can't handle it. It's too powerful.
People have left the scene. The officers are taking control of this situation, which is a good thing because when there's a larger crowd, sometimes it gets out of control.
And Gina, they can chant peaceful protest all they want. The bottom line is there is now a curfew in that area, and police have every right to do what they need to do to get them out, including arrest.
Absolutely. And they were warned. They were warned. They were given plenty of time. They knew that this was a curfew. And again, it's already what time? 9:21. So it's an hour and 21 minutes past the curfew. And they still refuse to leave. So at this point,
it's 1 square mile of curfew over 1 square mile, and they can't even do that. Wow. Okay, let's watch. So I guess they're about to go in and take out the protesters who are refusing to respect the 1 square mile curfew.
There, so you've got the line of police, and then in front of them, those protesters that are not moving. Of course, one of them has an upside-down American flag, and that is a tell on how their point of view is. Yeah, their point of view about police and about the government in general. So it will be interesting to see.
That is a much smaller group.
Rosie says, I have searched the internet for bakers with voluptuous chests. I have found 0 videos. Aw, Rosie, that's nice. I like the effort. The effort is fantastic. If I find any, I'll put them on there. Hope over on YouTube says these people need arrested. There's a lot of people that have needed being arrested, I think.
100. And that was just about, 15, 20 minutes ago. Be careful.
Oh. So once they see all of those police officers, it is a cooling effect. And they the smart ones anyway, move on. Okay, we also have an aerial view too that we're looking at that shows that there are some demonstrators or also people in downtown LA. They're on the move. So not the area where you are, where we see.
Drabus says 1 square mile curfew is like an invitation. Yeah. Keep in mind that none of this is organic. This is all top down. This is all planned. There's strategies. There's, it's all Alinsky and all that kind of stuff. So the action is always your reaction. So the action is the reaction from the police. So this is being done. They're planning this to try and get some sort of footage that will help them, that will make the public sympathetic to them. So as I showed you earlier in, where was it, in Seattle, where they had surrounded I think a federal building, and they had a bunch of very harmless looking women in front. And then behind them, you saw all of the like gas mask and face mask wearing Black Bloc Antifa types, using those kind of innocent looking women as a human shield. These are the kind of tactics they use. So who is it that's refusing to leave that small area of Los Angeles? They will have been people they've selected for maximum propaganda value. So it'll probably not be the the Antifa, the Black Bloc, or anybody that's like the guy standing on top of the car with the mask on, waving the Mexican flag, standing on the burning car. It'll probably be very sympathetic looking people, and maybe they'll have to be dragged off, and it'll look really good for CNN and for MSNBC, and Rachel Maddow can talk about the brutality of the police. None of this is organic. It's all staged. It's all planned.
As you said, it does work. This curfew, of course, the reason I overheard some people here, some of the protesters saying that it is, in their words, BS and it's not right and they have a right to protest. But the reason we've seen some of the destruction, and the mayor wanted to clarify and make sure, people across the country think that it's all over Los Angeles. It is just a very small area of Los Angeles where this is happening. And that's why the curfew area is between the 110 freeways. And it's just this specific area. But when you walk around here, Susan, and you look at the buildings, many of them beautiful buildings, they've all been tagged. They all have horrific wording, awful attacks on police officers and ICE agents. And it doesn't look good, and I'm sure it's hurtful for many in law enforcement.
Indeed. And for residents of Los Angeles and Southern California who love this city, love the beauty of the city, it's all been tagged, as you say, and marked up with things that should not be on your TV. But unfortunately, it becomes a part of our coverage because it's just so prevalent.
Yeah, it's impossible. When we pan over from one side to another, you'll see the F word, you'll see vulgarities, and it's impossible for us to cover it. It's just all over the place.
Yeah, the graffiti tells you the real unfiltered story of what this is all about. Nevada's saying death to America painted on buildings. Yeah, the graffiti tells you the real unfiltered story.
A total of $1 million losses. So enough is enough is what essentially these officials said during the conference this evening. 23 businesses were affected.
And it's interesting, Gina. Laura Diaz pointed out that she went to a different part of what is now the curfew zone. And she said those people were out and about enjoying the evening and didn't even know that not very far away or several blocks away, there was this kind of chaos, that she experienced not far from where you are now in Little Tokyo. So it's just so interesting. And I asked a retired policeman what he thought about the size of the curfew zone. The fact that it would impact so many different people, residents and businesses.
Were there any real-time sightings of rooftop Koreans anywhere? I don't know if there would have been right where this is, because this is all like in downtown LA, I believe. But a lot of people are missing the rooftop Koreans. They're legendary now. Those are rooftop Koreans. They were badass. I kind of loved the rooftop Koreans. Let's Turtle says graffiti in English. Yeah, they're graffiti in English. That's right. Nevada says they would show you people getting gutted alive for ratings. I think that we saw in 2020 that most of the media is very happy to selectively edit what they show for narrative purposes. One great example is the Trump very fine people's hoax, right? They all knew what was, what was in like the next 10 seconds of the clip. Let's see. Yeah, death to America painted on buildings, Nawada says, but a peaceful death. Mostly peaceful death. Let's see. Rosie says, you're right, 1 square mile, crazy. Yeah. I think they're going to try, the organizers of this, the people really controlling it, are going to try and get some sort of propaganda win here from removing these people from this tiny area that's under curfew, the only part of LA that is. And then there's, wrap it up for the evening, I think. Because again, none of this is organic. It's, the only thing organic is if it gets out of control and goes beyond what the planners were intending. And that's a very real problem because, again, you create, you nurture, and you build up, you fund, dissident elements. Mexican nationalists, revolutionary communists. It's like Frankenstein's monster. You can just lose control of it. Let's see.
They've been announcing it. There's a curfew. You need to leave. And, it's not a secret. It's been announced for hours now. So, yes, and they make it very clear. And there are hundreds of officers, not just LAPD that you see out here, hundreds of officers from police and sheriff's departments that are working with the LAPD. They're from across the region and the state, and they're here to help in this kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you get an emergency alert? Because Laura at one point got an emergency alert on her phone because, of course, thanks to geolocators, if you're anywhere near the curfew zone, you're going to get an emergency alert. Did you get that?
I did. So it seems like everybody who lives in LA County would have received that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We did not get it here. We're in Los Angeles. I didn't see anything like that. Of course, we were well aware of the curfew zone and when it would be enacted, when the curfew started. 8 p.m. seems a little early nowadays, considering that.
What's this? Turtles is saying Amazon won't allow me to buy a sticker of Don't Tread on Me. Really? Unbelievable. Oh, and Rosie's got the, I need to put some new emojis in the, for the channel. That's the old Trudeau clown one. That's a good one. That's a classic. All right.
The boundaries are pretty much from the 5 freeway to the 110, from the 10 freeway to the 110, and as they merge. So it is just, what is it, a quarter mile?
The mayor says a mile, 1 square mile. But when you consider where you are right now and where the federal building is and where the Metropolitan Detention Center or Roybal is, that's like 3 blocks. Am I wrong? It's pretty close.
Yes, it's a very small area.
It's just sort of interesting that, I mean, I should point out Little Tokyo is on the corner. A lot of people have been at like First and Alameda in the course of that's because it's like half a block or a block away from the MDC, from the Metropolitan Detention Center, and where all the National Guard has been around that garage, where we saw actually Saturday night, Sunday night, the agents that were at the gate or the garage made sure that the protesters that came anywhere close, and they were able to get close because that building is tagged too, but made sure that they knew that the message was, no, you're not making entry. You're not getting any closer to a federal building. Okay, we're still watching.
We saw the line of officers by the federal building there.
Yeah, we're watching.
I was saying we were at the federal building earlier, and yes, we were at the federal building. We saw all of the officers that were there making sure that no one crossed the line there. And really, there weren't any protesters in that area. We saw a couple of homeless people who are allowed to be in the area if they live here.
Yeah, Rosie just put on a quote from the No Kings website where, they don't... there's a commitment to nonviolent action also. Nobody believes it. The left, violence is clearly, widely, broadly acceptable on the left now. Again, we saw it in 2020. You had, Chris Cuomo on CNN saying, who said that protests had to be peaceful? Remember that? Remember them all making excuses for it, all saying that it's the voice of the unheard. Looting is the voice of the unheard. This is now just normal. It's totally and utterly acceptable within the left now. Violence is just an acceptable part. It's diversity of tactics. In 2020, almost 95% of the mainstream media said it was just fine. In fact, it was good. Every Democrat politician either just played apologetics for it or just outright supported it, going so far as to raise bail funds for looters and arsonists, calling them protesters. Right? The people that were getting arrested were the looters and the arsonists and the people assaulting other people. Don't forget, there was several dozen people were killed in 2020. And the media, it's not even they excused it. They liked it. Right? They justified it to their audiences. Nobody believes that any of these organizations, No Kings, any of these actually mean that. It's all bullshit. It's lies. It's manipulation. There is nothing more acceptable on the left now than violence. It's diversity of tactics. Diversity of tactics, they call it. Let's see. All right. Their website lies. It says President Trump wants tanks in the streets and a made-for-TV display of dominance for his birthday. That is not the no. They are against support for the military, or really what it comes down to is any pride or rooting in the country's history, any kind of patriotism, any connection to the past. They want to dig up all of the roots from the past and leave you shiftless and without a moral compass or direction. And then they're ready for you. Then you are easy for them. That's what it's about. No, there's nothing that you can be proud of. It's all whiteness and white supremacy and racism and phobia of whatever thing we made up this week. Let's see. Yeah, Harris provided a link in 2020 of support. Yeah, they all did. They were all for it. Now, yeah, military equipment, flyovers, musical performances, and thousands of soldiers. It's about national pride, which they hate. about patriotism and national pride and a connection to the country's roots and traditions and history. These are the things they want to sever. This is just, it's straight out of the Maoist playbook, the four olds. You got to destroy the four olds. That's what they're against. They're against everything that connects you to your past, so that they can, again, to leave you confused and unsure of what you even believe, and then they will tell you what to believe. Hope says every race except white can be proud, it seems. Yes, this is no secret, right? They're pretty explicit about it. And the thing is that when you create an outgroup, and that's what they've done. So they're pretending that everybody who's not white is all part of one big unified family that loves each other. That's just not the world, and it's not the United States. It's not Canada. That's not real, but they want this illusion of that, and to create white people as the out group for everybody else. Of course, every other identity group is their own in group, and everybody that's not them is the out group to them as well. But when you take specifically a group and you say this is going to be the out group for everybody, when you create an out group, that out group becomes its own in group. And maybe that's a part of the intention of it as well, part of the strategy as well. Rosie says, yes, commies even lie when they don't have to. So much twisting of truth. Well, it's this is true, and it's because it's part of the by any means necessary philosophy, right? When you have an ideology that doesn't believe in objective definition of gender or the redefinition of racism, or phobia, whatever phobia you can think of. So when that's the basis of your philosophy, that nothing is real, the only thing that's real is power, and anything that you do in pursuit of that is fine. Well, yeah, you're going to lie all the time. I mean, why not? Nothing matters. They don't even really have any kind of moral basis, right? It doesn't matter. Just lie all the time. It's like somebody who lies all the time thinks everybody else lies all the time as well, which is interesting. But yeah, I mean, if one of the base principles of your ideology is that nothing is real, there's no objective reality. Well, why wouldn't you just lie all the time? I mean, that's how you get what you want. And after all, it doesn't matter as long as you get the power, as long as you get what you want. Anything is justified, obviously, including lying. Let's see. Hope says it's to divide by race, religion, status. Yes, it's the kind of redefinition or reorienting of Marxism, which happened in the 60s, because they realized that in wealthy Western societies, class warfare wasn't going to come because these societies were so much better than the alternatives, which by that point people really knew about. So they decided to change it. So it's not class. It's about first race, then sexuality, then gender, as in sex, and then just identity generally. So now it's really just identity Marxism. Then Obama reversed the law that said our own media can't lie or use propaganda. It's intentional to divide us so we don't fight them. Yet that was the Smith-Mundt Act. So they changed that law, which prohibited the government from government agencies like what's it called? What's it called? It'll come to me in a second. But using our own propaganda organs, using the United States' own propaganda organs against its own citizens. So that was the purpose of that. That's why Obama did that. All right, let's check out what this dingbat's saying again. This awful vampire.
Being played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends.
Yeah, I think we watched this earlier. So there you go. Can't have borders. Can't have borders. Nope. Just trying to manipulate you. You know, a lot of other stuff happened too, Gavin Newsom. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that there's a lot of other things happened in those sad cases, which probably aren't even true? Because obviously these people lie constantly. But that's it. You know, he's manipulated you. Now just give away your country. Every Western country, just give up. Just give away. Just open the gates. It's racist to not be invaded. Didn't you know that? All right, let's go back to here. And let's see what else we're going on. So we're having a long one tonight. I think we're going to keep going. That 360 was super necessary. Here's a palate cleanser. What's going on here? That was unnecessary. What is going on in these guys' minds? I guess they just like to have fun too. Anyway, that's kind of funny. That thing could literally rip your limbs off your body, though, if it wanted to. Very, very strong. They do that. I thought this was kind of interesting. This is from a few days ago, 4 days ago, from Charlie Koch. Charlie Koch. I guess I feel like I need some of that energy, right? Charlie Kirk. Cash Patel. Now, it's been a lot with Cash Patel. Some good, some of it has got people very suspicious. But this isn't really connected to any of, the Epstein or any of the, Butler, Pennsylvania, any of that. Let's take a look at this. And he's talking about getting swatted. Let's take a look.
And as director of the FBI, I have a responsibility. I'm not just going to bring a case because somebody hurt me. They did. And they continue to do it. Shit, my house just got swatted yesterday.
What?
Yeah. But
you got swatted?
Oh, yeah.
The head of the FBI gets swatted?
Yeah. Yeah. These people play, it's the ultimate height of hypocrisy. They have 2 sets of rules. One against you and one for them. And as director of the FBI, I have a responsibility. I'm not just going to bring.
I find it hard to believe that they're not going to find the person who swatted Cash Patel, head of the FBI. I'm not. Yeah, I think they're going to find that guy, as they should. Let's see. Anyone walking past this balcony in Poland risks getting hit with a tennis ball, but no one seems to mind. That's because the culprit is an extremely playful pup who's turned the sidewalk into a game of fetch, and people are happy to do it. I would do it for sure.
People in Poland keep getting pelted with tennis balls whenever they walk in front of one particular balcony. But any annoyance that they might feel quickly fades when they look up and realize that the projectiles aren't being launched by a grumpy neighbor, but rather this cute pup who has been roping strangers into playing fetch with her. The dog's name is Booba, and her human says that she came up with the game by herself after she accidentally knocked a tennis ball off the ledge. A passerby picked it up and threw it back to her, and she was so delighted that she hasn't stopped pushing tennis balls off the balcony ever since. Her little game has actually made her somewhat of a star in the city of Łódź, and some have traveled from neighboring cities just to play a little balcony fetch with her. Booba is never rejected, and even those who seem to be in a hurry stop to give her a few tosses. So she's not only entertaining herself, but also encouraging people to slow down for just a moment and share a little laugh with the people around them. After each play session, she retreats back into the comfort of her home until she's feeling rested and recharged enough to drop more of her toys on the strangers who happen to walk by. I'm Jen, and I post something positive every day.
See, that's nice. That's nice. That's a nice palate cleanser right
People in
there.
Poland.
Dogs are great. Dogs are great. In some countries, they would just eat the dog. Instead of playing fetch, they would just eat the dog. And I don't think that's as nice. Let's see. Hold on. What's going on here? The media is lying, telling you that my city is standing up for illegal immigrants. Good job, ICE. Tom Homan, bring more. Get them all. More. Let's take a look here.
Woo! Go USA. I am so happy that ICE is finally coming to our city, Los Angeles. Raids going down today. Let's talk about that. I'm excited. Woo! Go home. It went down today in downtown Los Angeles. ICE finally came here. I wish I wasn't at work and I was there so I can buy ICE lunch after. I am so glad you're coming here. We had some punk protesters trying to protest it. Useless, weak. You will not and cannot stop ICE, or you'll go to jail for obstruction. There are people getting run over by cars. There was tear gas to people protesting, which is obstructing ICE, federal government officers, from doing what America voted for, doing what we voted for to do. And the only protesters I seen out there were other immigrants and brown people and Latinos, no other race, no other people. And it was really bad when they start waving Mexican flags around. That don't help you. You're not going to stop anybody jumping in front of a car.
So you'll never, the mainstream media pretends that guys like this don't exist because it's against the narrative. The narrative is all non-white people are all totally unified against Trump. That's it. And by the way, that's the same, again, it's the same playbook everywhere in the Western world, certainly in the Anglosphere, right? It's the same playbook. It's just whatever the leader is or whatever they're calling conservative or far right, right? When you really just have things that make perfect sense, that, if you don't consider everybody to be just a faceless part of some identity blob, obviously, when you have lots of people, they're going to have different ideas. This is something that this is a reality that the mainstream media hates. And so they try and hide people that are being people, right? Anything that would anything that would suggest that, people aren't just, I guess, faceless parts of some identity blob. Guess what? Human beings, right? Human beings tend to just do their own thing. Human beings don't tend to, you will never get one group of anybody to agree on everything because they're humans. And that doesn't go along with the leftist narrative of everybody who's not white is a junior member of humanity, which is essentially their message. You're born into a certain ideology. That is the message from the mainstream media. It's a very anti-humanist message, and it's a very racist message, which is why they hide stuff like this from you. They don't want you to see it. It breaks their narrative. An LA native expressing support for ICE raids in the city. They don't want you to see that. All right, what else we got here? So, sheep having fun with the boys. Let's take a look.
Amine gir otur. Hadi geçiyoruz. Hadi Hacı abi. Geliyoruz. Gel hadi kızım gel. Gel.
I guess it's one of those countries where they hang out with sheep. I don't know. I think actually that's his mistress. I'm not sure. Bad person. What do I say that? From the Vigilant Fox, we like a bit of Victor Davis Hanson on this channel. We love a bit of Victor Davis Hanson on this channel. He manages to really boil pretty much any issue down to its like fundamental truths. Victor Davis Hanson just dropped a brutal truth bomb. Deporting Biden's illegals isn't just unlikely, it's mathematically impossible. It's mathematically impossible under current conditions. It's bleak, but it's the reality America faces after 4 years of an open border. Yeah, it's, the media likes to pretend that somehow Biden failed on the border. No, Biden succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. His purpose, or the cabal that was running him, the purpose was to flood so many people across the border that you couldn't get rid of them, not in 4 years. Let's take a look.
Jesse, I don't think we understand that the border, securing the border was not the big, that wasn't the end of everything. That was just the end of the beginning. We've got 12 million people that came in under Biden alone, and 8 to 10 to 15 that were here anyway. You do the math, that's 3 million a year that you would have to deport just to get the Biden illegals gone. And that works out to about 250,000 a month. On a good day, everybody's frenzied and angry because ICE deports 800 people. They'd have to do 8,000, 10 times more if they were going to keep up that rate for the 4 years of the Trump tenure to deport the people that came under Biden alone. This is an existential problem. It's like the $37 trillion debt. There's no answers to it. Jesse, I don't think we understand.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Biden was so successful with his border policy, which was to flood the United States with people illegally. That's bring them in faster than you can get them out. And there's only one thing you can do, which is just try, I guess, and that's what they're doing. All right, what else we got here? An incredible throw during a Frisbee competition. Okay, let's check it out.
Check in here.
Anakin Sten on hole 16, 2 in front of the lead.
Oh, man.
What?
Ace.
Lefty ace.
That's awesome.
We saw Maria Oliva ace this hole
last year, yeah.
Anakin with the...
What is this, like on ESPN? Are they running out of sports? Although that was very impressive. Very impressive indeed. Let's see. I want to get to the chat for a second. Hope says, dumb question on X. Can't seem to see comments or even comment. Is there? Well, on X, you're not going to see the comments. The 99% of the comments that you see on the screen from the live stream are from Rumble, because I've got a fantastic community here on Rumble. Best chat on the internet, and I think I'm right. But that's where almost all the chat comes from. We got a great community here. So if you want to, take part in the chat, if you're the X chat also won't show up on the screen. So the only chat that shows up on the screen is the locals chat, YouTube chat, and Rumble chat. But it's 99% Rumble. So if you want to get in and be a part of a chat community, a really awesome chat community, come join us on Rumble. It's the place to be. It's the place to be. All right. Radio Streamer makes a great point. The cool kids are here. It is kind of true. I'm not saying that people watching on other platforms aren't cool. They're cool. You guys are cool too. But really, the place you want to be is Rumble. If you want to be a part of the chat community, that's where you got to go. Let's see. All right, what do we got next? It's insane how stupid some people are, from Danny Polishchuk. Let's see. Tina Zimmerman, absolutely insane. Diddy's freak offs. I don't think she understands that this is comedy. All right, let's take a look. I think this might be a little bit offensive. Just as a warning to you guys. I don't know if you guys can handle it. Let's take a look.
Well, 72 hours into a freak-off, Diddy instructed me to lock hands with Family Matters star Reginald Vell Johnson and yell "wee" as he slid through our legs on a lubed-up floor, gently grazing our balls with the back of his hand before double-bouncing 90s rapper Ja Rule onto my genitals by way of mini trampoline, completely knocking naked comedian Bruce off his lubed-up big-wheeled bike. It was at this point Diddy yelled, "Hey, Ja, quit hogging the dick," grabbed me by my Velcro vest, stuck myself and rapper Paul Wall to the wheel of pleasure on the hotel wall, which Cassie stepped over Dustin Patrick Reynolds' naked body to begin spinning while blasting circus music. As the wheel spun, I became unstuck and was knocked unconscious from the fall, only to wake up to Mr. Wall being instructed to retrieve his grill from my anal cavity while Diddy chanted "We gone fishing" into his megaphone. But as I attempted to stand up, still dizzy, I slipped on the lube, bumping one of the monitors displaying a video called to Cassie's now husband, and was instructed that my tenure at the Freak-Off had been terminated due to that infraction.
It was at this point I walked into the hotel wearing nothing but a 1991 ECW championship belt as instructed, introduced myself to the fellas and Cassie's now husband via video call, and began fulfilling my request to place the belt at the top of the ladder before Diddy leapfrogged over both Reginald and myself, screaming "Is gon' rain," and began urinating on himself, Reginald, rapper Chingy, Cassie, and myself, completely fogging up the scuba mask he had placed on me, as well as knocking comedian Cedric the Entertainer and New York Mayor Eric Adams off their two-man Sibian. I was then asked to slide over to Freak-Off northeast corner and enter the conga line position between athlete Bruce Jenner and scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson, while Diddy mounted the ladder, proclaimed that black does crack, then bent over to expose his anus while making eye contact with me through his legs and whispering "peekaboo." Noticing that eye contact was made, which he considered a freak-off infraction, he demanded I sign my freakignation with his dildo pen, and I was escorted out of the room without pay by who appeared to be Will Smith in a mesh referee outfit.
All right, so somebody watched that and then posted this. This is an eyewitness account from a male prostitute Sean Diddy Combs used to regularly hire for their freak-offs. This is absolutely insane. It sounds like a porno movie that was made by National Lampoons. I kind of picked up on the fact that this was a joke, I think about 1 second into it. And I'm guessing you guys did as well. That actually is kind of like the, I don't know if you guys have ever heard the Did you ever see that documentary on the joke, The Aristocrats? It's the grossest joke ever told. And it was funny. How about this? James Lindsay, anti-communist. Talking to Roseanne Barr about how radical Marxist movements like radical feminism and CRT co-opt and destroy other movements in a power consolidation process, and how hard it can be to convince normal people how deliberate and bad radicals are. Great conversation. Okay. So let's take a look. I like Roseanne. I like James Lindsay too. Don't agree with everything that either of them says all the time, but I think that they're valuable. Let's take a look.
This is what burns my ass. But feminism originally was written by French commie women, and it was a critique on, Marx, because he didn't factor in women's unpaid labor at all in his labor movement. And
so on brand.
that is where feminism came from, a critique of Marxism for not factoring in anything women did.
That's where critical race theory came from. They went to they were these, racial justice advocates who went to the book says 1984 on one paragraph and later says 1985. So I don't know which one it is. So we'll say 1985 Critical Legal Studies Conference, which was the most left thing happening in law, right? So they go to this conference and they get up on the stage. They finally talk the conference into letting them have their racial justice panel. And what do you think they did when they got on the stage? Said, "You guys are all a bunch of racists." They pulled the same stunt that happened to you with your joke, same stunt they've done to so many Americans and people. And they're like, "You're all a bunch of racists," but these guys were a bunch of leftards. So they all lost their friggin' minds. I'm not racist, but I'm racist, or you're racist. And they all started, like, it was a meltdown. It was like Chernobyl.
Yeah.
And the critical legal studies movement died as a result of this one panel and this complete meltdown. And in 1989, the racial justice advocates got together and had a conference in Wisconsin and put together what became called CRT. You know what they said about it? They said they had it in a convent off the campus of the University of Wisconsin at Madison. And the quote they said about it, Richard Delgado wrote this. He said, "A strange setting for a bunch of Marxists." And then I spent 2 years trying to convince Americans that this shit is Marxist. They write it themselves. I'm like, here's the quote. Same thing. They don't mean it.
Right.
They don't mean it. You know, my superpower is I read these people and I believe them.
Right.
Well, when they tell you who they are, you should believe it.
The first time, if you can.
Yeah, it's all pretty obvious, isn't it? There is so much right now that is like extreme far left that just seems to have been normalized as if it's perfectly normal, like not enforcing federal law. That's enforcing federal law is a totally moderate, normal position everywhere in the world and always has been. You know, like and stuff like, you know, gender theory with, you know, sex changes for children. They pretend like this. I'm talking about the mainstream media. I'm talking about medical associations. I'm talking about, you know, the tops of the institutions that are supposed to protect against this sort of thing, protect children against this sort of thing. Just pretend that this is a totally normal thing. This is totally normal healthcare and not extreme radicalism, far left extremism. Sex changes for children is far left extremism. Open borders is far left extremism. These are not normal things. These are not normal things. But just, it just crept into my head something, a book I read about Chairman Mao. And of course, men and women were supposed to be the same. But there was some issue about, you know, the hard labor people were being forced to do. And there was some complaints from women because, you know, just it's a biological reality that our bodies are not exactly the same and can't endure the same kind of wear and tear. And Mao said that absolutely he believed. Oh, he was asked about feminism. And he said that he absolutely believed that women could do absolutely as much hard manual labor as men could. So that was the feminist promise in Chinese communism. Oh, absolutely. Women can do women's equality. They can absolutely do just as much hard labor as men can. So, which they actually can't. Their bodies break down faster. Let's see. Steve Tollison says nothing's happening. Well, let's take a look at the here we go. Let's turn this back on.
Vandalism and some violence were happening in the city, so why did you decide?
Nothing. Steve Tollison says nothing's happening. They need something to motivate them. Energy, energy, energy. So that's it. I guess all those days of throwing cinder blocks at police and looting and stuff and setting cars on fire, it's exhausting for them. And I'm sure they've tried everything. I'm sure they've tried caffeine, you know, coffees, lattes, you know, maybe chai lattes with a shot of espresso or something in them, and probably crack and crystal meth as well, and maybe even chewing on human adrenaline glands that they got from somewhere. I don't know. But they just don't seem, they're not keeping up that energy. And I don't know where on earth they're going to find the kind of energy they're going to need to continue on for what, like a fifth night now?
They them energy. They them energy. They them energy. They them energy.
Oh my God, that woman is a gift to humanity. What would we do without that they them energy? What would we do? What would we do? I don't know. We'd run out of energy, I guess. Best thing ever. And teapot. And teapot at the end. All right. All right. Let's see. Steve says again, do you think the slums in all those cities were created by accident? Of course, they're all run by Democrats. Well, that's just what leftist politics and leftist economics leads to, right? The ultimate is, of course, the entire country just becomes a slum under a communist party, one party communist rule. Steve says, God bless Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's right. Spambot's giving us the okay for Tuesdays and Thursdays. All right. Although there's not going to be a stream on Thursday this week, although there might be one tomorrow. You know, I'll keep an eye on what's going on, and yeah, we might go on live tomorrow. I do have to get do extra streams before I go away on the 21st for my little road trip. Radio streamer says dance minivan. Let's see. Oh, okay. So, okay, I got to live up to my part on this. Rosie's got another. Let's see. Copy. Rosie's got another chocolate video for us. I guess I have to do that now every time we play the They Them Energy. But I thought that I was supposed to get a $5 every time I did the chocolate videos. So. And I didn't get $5 last time, so I don't know what the hell's going on. Let's see. I'm just kidding. What do we got here? Oh, there we go. Ooh, that's a different one than last time. Feast your eyes on that. Man, I wish I had some of that here. I'd be having some of that as soon as I finish the stream tonight. We're on 4 hours and 11 minutes already, but why not just keep going? Why not? Look at that, the chocolate, crumbly chocolate on the top, and look at that. That's like chocolate sauce dripping off of it. Oh, that's not just like some cheap, like Betty Crocker frosting there. That's like the real stuff. This is gourmet. Gourmet. My mouth is watering. This looks delicious. This is 1,000 times better than revolutionary communism in my mind. 1,000 times better. You wouldn't get that. You wouldn't get that. And if you did, if you're in a communist country and you did get that, it'd be like half shredded newspaper. And like that would be mud. The chocolate sauce would be like half mud. And then like the chocolate crumbles there, that would be like rat poo, rat turds on top. Because that's communism, folks. I don't make the rules. Anyway, that's a hell of a cake. In fact, let's put on a bit of music while we look at it just for a second. All right, there we go. I fulfilled my obligation. Let's hear what they're saying.
In the context of the overall city map, you see how big it is. 1 square mile compared to 503 square miles.
Mayor, in terms of what the federal authorities are doing, I know you're saying they're not telling you when they're going to be doing these various rates. Are you getting anywhere in terms of cooperation of notifying your police agencies in advance so they can make some plans?
The people of Los Angeles must be getting sick of listening to this crazy commie dingbat because there's nothing sensible ever comes out. Same thing with Gavin Newsom too. All right, so there ain't much going on there. Let's see if there's any updates here on the old Fox News website. Let's take a peek. LAPD arrests dozens of rioters as curfew goes into effect after days of anti-ICE unrest. So when was that from? I know they arrested people earlier. I don't know what they did with the people who wouldn't leave the what's it called again? I guess my brain's getting tired. The place where you're not supposed to be. Newsom says LA rioters will be prosecuted. Slams Trump for traumatizing our communities. Oh, it was all Trump's fault all along. Who could have guessed that's what he'd say? He says the LA rioters will be prosecuted. Does anybody believe that? I feel like they're not going to be. I feel like any that were arrested were let loose like 2 hours later, and then the prosecutors all support them and won't prosecute them. I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's all just lies. I think it's just a vampire, a literal modern day vampire. Just look at him and tell me that man's not a vampire. If he was in Nosferatu, everyone would say, yep, that makes sense. Vampire movie. Tell me that man's not a vampire. Tell me that man has not been feasting on the blood of homeless people. I don't believe it for a second. For a second, that man's not feasting on human blood. I don't believe it for a second. All right.
Where people can be rebuilding now. I was at a property a couple of weeks ago where the frame of the house is already up. This, to me, is drastically different. That was in complete cooperation and coordination with the federal government. Right now, we are in the dark. We don't know when things are going to happen.
Bullshit. Don't believe you for a second. I think it's all, you're just saying it. What's going on here? We got some memes. People. What the WTF is going on nowadays? Let's see. My generation had Wonder Woman. Your generation has Wonder If It's a Woman. Wonder if it's a woman. The answer is no. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Let's see. Radio Streamer says, little known fact, there's actually several chocolate bars in they-them's pockets and bra, so you get chocolate every time you see the energy teapot. You know she likes her chocolate, the they-them energy woman. You know that. And Rosie says, and 1,000 times better than the they-them energy. Well, Rosie's not a fan of the they-them energy either. That's why we have to do the chocolate. It's our compromise. I said that we would negotiate, and we have, even though I forgot everything we negotiated, but now I remember. Let's see. Rosie says, Richie, you got to find the interpreters and make a video of just the interpreters. You talking about the sign language interpreters? Yeah. Maybe I'll write something for that. I'll have to sit down. I used to write stuff for the streams all the time, and now I don't. They're too long. And like, even when I was writing stuff, it was like 3 minutes out of like a 5-hour long stream. Dame Pam says, how you doing, Dame Pam? I sense some military tribunals could be coming very soon. I saw there was that one Marine that was part of the protests who seems to be very anti-American. I've got a feeling somebody's going to be talking to him. What's this meme? I'd like the porn in my room to be disabled. We only have regular porn, you sick bastard. Only the regular kind. Let's see. Why are liberals like this? Abort our children, import hostile immigrants, disarm ourselves. Yes, so this is the Liberal Party of Canada, but you could just have Democrat on there, or Labour in the UK or whatever. Just whatever left-wing party in any country. Totally true. It's not incompetence, it's intentional. Yes, I think that Democrats were getting desperate because everything they're doing isn't working. And they thought, Summer of Love worked. Let's try that. Let's try that again. And I think they got their bluff called. I think that Trump immediately was like, nope, not doing this. Sending in the National Guard. I'm taking over. I'm sending in Marines. And they went, oh, shit. Well, now Trump comes in and saves the day. That makes us look bad. So I guess you better get the LAPD on the case. I believe that is what happened. Kamala did what Kamala always does. She put her head down and went to work. Doug Emhoff. That is what she do. She seems to be always drunk. I'm not in a good place right now. Oh, are you in LA? Ooh, boo. Mayor Karen Bass, this is fine. Yep. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong at all. Except for Trump. Trump who caused everything by trying to do the sane thing. It's so badass when people stand in front of stuff they destroyed. So you got Iron Man, there's John Wick, there's the Joker, and there's Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom standing in front of the flag of the thing he destroyed. Nice. Imagine how soulless you'd have to be this guy to see what you've turned your state into and still just lie and lie and lie. And with no intention of trying to fix anything. Newsom now. Newsom, California. I do think his presidential hopes are probably dashed now. Me watching Elon Musk and President Trump fight on social media, I just hope both teams have fun. I think we saw this last time. Yeah, all righty. Let's go back here for a second. Uh-oh, commercial break. Well, I've got some Canada stuff I can do here. But is there any, I think that, you know what, with the Canada stuff, I might just make like videos from scratch tomorrow, which take me way, way longer to do. But I think I'm probably too tired to explain them properly in a way that will make them clippable to be released as clip videos. So I might just do that tomorrow. But we did get through basically everything else. Maybe we'll take a look in here. Was there anything in here that we missed from earlier we want to go over? Stephen Miller said, illegal aliens invaded America. The government of California aided and abetted that invasion. Violent mobs incited by California leaders attacked ICE officers to keep them from removing the invaders. California officials refused to send the police to rescue the ICE officers, hoping the rioters would succeed in shutting down ICE raids. This is an organized insurrection against the laws and sovereignty of the United States. I think it just really obviously is, isn't it? I think it just clearly is. All right. What's this? Oh, yeah. Okay. Libs of TikTok. So this, if you want to see some more narrative control, just unbelievable narrative control, like you should be finished with news, working news in any capacity after something like this, but it's quite normal. Let's take a look.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
So
it's just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn. Is he talking about LA or like Congo or something? Or like, is he talking about like a war zone somewhere? Or is he talking about LA? Just think about that. Did he come up with that himself? Was that handed to him on a piece of paper? Did it come off of a teleprompter? Let's hear that one more time, because I'm having a hard time believing that I understood that correctly.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers.
Yeah, you wouldn't want a confrontation with people that are lighting cars on fire and then watching them burn. I mean, all they're doing is having fun watching some cars that they lit on fire burning. That's all they're doing. It's LA. That's just normal, right? That's normal in the United States of America. That's normal in any civilized country to light cars on fire and then watch them burn for fun, because that's just fun. That's just a fun summer day. It really is hard to believe. I mean, what is the word for this? Is it cynical? Cynical thinking that people will watch that and go, oh, well, I feel reassured. They're just having fun. You wouldn't want the police, those mean police, to get in the way of it, in the way of their fun. They're burning cars that they do for fun because they like to watch civilization burn. I mean, you wouldn't want any confrontation over that, obviously. What? What? This is madness. Madness. How does that person still have a job? How could you keep your job after saying something so totally and utterly insane? I mean, clearly it's narrative control. He knows the narrative he has to push. He's been told. Maybe, obviously he's been told by his producers the narrative that he needs to push, and maybe he just did it very inelegantly there. Maybe he's just not very good. He's not a good enough propaganda. He's not a talented enough propaganda. He wouldn't make it. He wouldn't make it with Goebbels. If Goebbels would fire him right away. Wow, so strange. So strange. One more time.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a mass.
What is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn? That is ABC News. I guess that's the ABC affiliate in Los Angeles. What is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn? It's unreality. This is a alternate universe moment. Is this an alternate universe? Did I blink and I'm in an alternate universe? How is this real? How does somebody say that on television? How is somebody so transparent with their narrative control, with their propaganda? A normal, sane person would not say that. There has to be a motivation behind it. Producers said, this is the angle. Just go for it. And he did. And this happened. I mean, this clip will be played forever. This clip will be immortal now as evidence of the utter cynicism and fraudulence of mainstream media. This guy's immortal now. Rosie says people do burn and blow stuff up for fun. This is not that. Yes, I've especially as a kid, right, with fireworks and whatnot. But this is not that. This isn't. We didn't go and blow up a car on the street and then stand around watching it burn for fun. A little different, and there's a political angle to this as well. Let's see. What else have we got that might be of interest in here? So yeah, in New York, it looked like they just were shutting it down right away. No, you're not even getting started. Which this could have been done in 2020, right? It could have been done in 2020. They didn't. They let it happen for political purposes. This is another classic here.
Demonstrations had been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting.
Gotta let you know, it's peaceful. It's peaceful. Don't look at the burning. Don't look at the burning cars. Again, the kafayas, the Palestine thing, it's all tied up together. At the end of the day, it's all about actually Marxism. That's why they all just piggyback on whatever is the new cause. They just piggyback on it. But they all believe another kafaya there. They all ultimately believe the same thing. It's all, if you ask every one of these persons, they're a Marxist. Every single one of them. Some of them might say I'm a communist. Some might say I'm an anarchist, even though what they really are is actually a communist. Some might say they're a narco-syndicalist, but they're communists, all of them. It's a thing that glues it all together. Every single one. How many of these people do you think would tell you they're a capitalist or that they like capitalism? The answer is, spoiler alert, zero of them. Let's see, pooping while standing. That's a great name. Who is funding the headgear and concrete blocks as staged throughout LA? Yeah, that's something we've looked at earlier in the stream, and nobody knows precisely who's doing it, but it's clearly being funded. It's clearly being funded. So you have to assume activist groups, NGOs. Soros is probably giving money to some NGO that then's giving money to some activist group. Some of the money probably comes from local government, like in blue cities, blue states, from the city, from the state. And we know that money was going to groups that would support and organize things like this from USAID. Let's see. Pooping While Standing asks, I believe you're Canadian. It's true. How are people accepting Carney's policies so far? Canadians are the lowest information voters, I think, probably in the Western world. I don't know how how up on things they are in Australia, but I can't imagine that it's worse. Most Canadians have no idea what's happening. They get a general vibe from CBC or Global News or CTV. There is no counterpoint on Canadian like TV news. So it's just all basically, the corporate media and the state media, CBC, essentially get their teleprompter feed all from the same place, which I guess would assume is the Prime Minister's office. Most Canadians his support is very high right now in Canada, Carney, because people have absolutely no idea what he's doing. They just hear kind of nice things on the CBC. TV says nice things. Teleprompter says nice things. Oh, yes, he's buttoned down. Oh, boy, he's doing a good job. He's super competent. Nobody knows what's actually happening. I talked to somebody earlier today who had no idea that Carney has let in over 800,000 people in the first 4 months of this year. Actually thought that he had been cracking down on that and really reduced it. That's what state media does for you. That's how you end up with a fourth liberal term, right? That's the value of state media. So most Canadians think that immigration is down, I'm sure. Most think that the economy is heading in the right direction now. They probably think that inflation is down. Again, let me remind you, Canadians actually voted in the Liberals for a fourth term. A fourth term because they changed the leader of the party. A man who is a self-proclaimed elitist globalist. A man who was obsessed with net zero. A man who brought on as a chief advisor one of the founders of the Century Project or the Century Initiative, whose goal is to increase the Canadian population to 100 million people. Most Canadians think that immigration is down, I'm sure. He's taking control. He's got control of that. They think that the finances of the country are in good hands, even though we're not getting a budget for some reason until September, October, maybe, even though spending is up not 2% as it was supposed to be under Trudeau, but 8%. So spending's actually up. Deficit spending's going up. There's going to be more borrowing. How many Canadians do you think know this? I'm going to tell you it's probably in the single digits. So Canadians are incredibly uninformed, and they've been told that he's doing a good job. TV says that he's doing a good job. Canada might be just screwed, right? There may not be any turning back. Canada might be San Francisco. It might be LA at this point. I hope not. I pray not. I'll do my level best, whatever small, few atoms I can add to the whole thing, to the resistance to it. But Canada might just be San Francisco, LA, New York City, might just be too far gone, right? The institutions might just be so corrupted that there's just no chance. There's just no chance for anybody to see reason again. The propaganda, the indoctrination might have just taken hold so well that people will just simply will not believe the evidence of their own eyes and ears anymore. Their minds may just be unchangeable, that reality just may not be, they may not be reachable by reality or objective reality anymore. It might just simply be too late. Let's see. Pooping says, I agree with that. Have several Canadian friends, and most just go with the flow and what CBC tells them to think, unfortunately. Canada is being flooded with double the number of immigrants right now than we were even under Justin Trudeau. And under Justin Trudeau, we had the highest per capita immigration in the world. Canadians don't even know. CBC's not going to tell them that. CBC's going to tell them, oh, Mark Carney, he's really responsible, button down, moderate. I have no idea. Their country is being stolen from them. Their country is being flooded and invaded in front of their own eyes. And they're just unwilling to see it or to even show any curiosity in what's actually happening with the country. If TV says, then that's good enough for them. Let's see. I'm Pooping While Standing says, I'm here in the States and looking hard at moving either Thailand or the Philippines. Love the USA, but it's not the country I grew up in, and the price to stay isn't worth it, in my opinion. Well, I mean, there's places though, right? Like there are still like good places, and I don't think that I think that in the States, the States was presented with that fork in the road. Of one side was Kamala Harris, Democrats, and the cabal that runs them, and managed decline, self-hate, masochism, and increasing socialism and authoritarian control. And then the other side was a doubling down on Western civilization, a pride in the culture and the history, and common sense economics, right? Like let the oil the engine of productivity in the States, which is capitalism. Tend to that, tune up that engine, let it run, let it purr. So Canada is in a different position. I think it's very uncertain whether Canada will pull out of this, but I think the United States is going in the right direction. Yeah, and that quote, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Yep, George Orwell, 1984. Yep. Yeah, and that's what Canadians are doing. You have to understand, it's just been, there's no counterpoint in the media here. There's some nominally conservative newspapers, but you know what's happening with the newspapers and the circulations. People aren't reading them anymore. So really, people have become slaves to the legacy media here, and the clips of that are shared on liberal, social media in Canada. And there's no counterpoint, and it's just been now this decades-long drip, 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 drip of framing, negative framing. So if it's something bad resulting from any Liberal Party policy or NDP, it's always framed, and there's apologetics, and it's framed in the most positive way possible, and empathy, compassion, blah, blah, blah. And anything conservative is always just framed a little bit negative or really negative. But it's almost like you can see the change in the expression on Rosemary Barton's face when she's talking about Mark Carney or any liberal and Pierre Poilievre. You can see the change in her face, the change in expression. And it's that even just the subtle framing like that. Just drip, 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 drip. And if you do that long enough, eventually a country will lose the ability to correct course, to self-correct. And you see it in cities like San Francisco. You see it in cities like New York, or LA or Chicago, and it can happen to countries too. And Canada seems to have lost the ability to course correct. Normally, what would have happened is that, okay, you've got 10 years of liberals, everything went to shit. The country is a different country. Canada wakes up and you get a conservative government, and they take 10 years. It seems like we've lost the ability to do that. And it's just that nonstop, constant drip, 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 drip of framing and indoctrination over and over and over again, where there are too many Canadians who feel that it's just so unfashionable and there's just something intrinsically wrong with the word conservative. There's just something intrinsically wrong. It's just so deeply unfashionable, and there's some sort of moral crime in supporting anything that would be labeled conservative. And it doesn't even matter what the policies, whether you like the policies or not. Right? Mass immigration is not popular in Canada. How does Mark Carney get elected? I'm explaining it to you. Anyway. Dame Pam says, and Trump endorsed Carney, so now we're being flooded with migrants. Yeah, Trump endorsed Carney because he wants to take Canadian businesses. And he knows that Carney has said very famously, he said on the news, on the TV, Carney said about the polluters, by which he means business and industry. He says, we're going to make the polluters pay. We're going to make them pay with carbon taxes and all kinds of new regulations. They have to refit everything. Yeah, they're just going to leave. Hey, the American border's right there, and Trump's standing there with open arms, willing to take us in a loving embrace and give us all kinds of, and make it actually really beneficial and easy for us to set up in the States and be much more profitable or profitable at all. That's why Trump wanted Carney. All right. I'm going to go one more time back to the live now, and let's just see what's going on. So this isn't live.
Absolute bottom of our hearts, few places.
All right. Well, I guess nothing else is happening tonight. I'm guessing this weekend is when it's really going to pop off. They've got all those protests planned. What other women's sports do we have here? We'll take a quick last look at the let's see. Yeah, the chat's even starting to get tired now. Pooping While Standing says Pierre really screwed the pooch when he went after Trump, in my opinion. What happened is that the left united behind Carney. So, the NDP lost 9% of their voter base that went to the Liberals. And it was really a TV set and a result of that slow drip, drip, drip of framing, just the word itself, conservative, as being so negative and so deeply unfashionable. It was a TV set election. There was nothing really Pierre could have done. When you see how the polls turned the second that Justin Trudeau, or some people call him Trugina, they call him Trugina because he's a man, but he's also a Trugina. It's not nice. But as you saw the polls turn just immediately when Trudeau stepped down, they were just waiting for a new face, right? There was just that portion of Canada that voted for the Liberals was never going to vote for a Conservative Party, and you ended up having a lot of the NDP just uniting with the Liberals just to prevent a Conservative government. Pierre Poilievre's approval was, I think the high point, it was about 44%, and he ended up with 42% of the vote. He didn't lose vote. He didn't screw up. It was just Canada is just simply a very left-wing country now. It's a radical progressive country now. And, we need more people to find that line where they realize their votes really do matter. It's not just about fashion. It's not just about nebulous ideas of empathy or compassion or something. Like, they can't afford to just have boutique politics anymore, right? Like basically shit gets serious and they realize it. So if Pierre Poilievre had gone from a high of 44% to 25%, yes, I would say he screwed the pooch. He screwed up. His support stayed level. He had the most support in 40 years. It's actually a fairly remarkable achievement when you think of just how left-wing Canada has become. So I don't blame Pierre. I think he did a fine job. I think he did a good job. I mean, I didn't like the you know attacking rhetoric from Pierre Poilievre regarding Trump. I just think that's stupid. Reality just says, look, this is the biggest market in the world. This is obviously, our economy is obviously extremely dependent on this. Just don't say too much. Say that, our existing free trade deal is coming up for review in 2026. Let's just review it sooner and just not say anything. Don't talk about a tax on Canada and Trump and unjust. Just don't do that. Just work it out. How about you just try, what's the word I'm looking for? Try working it out behind the scenes. Don't do it publicly. That would have been the smart move. Diplomacy. That's the word I was looking for. Diplomacy. All right. All right. Anyway, I think that's it, guys. I can barely find any words anymore. So I think I'm done. That was the longest stream we have done for a while, 4 hours and 47 minutes. So I would like to, before we go, say subscribe to the channel. If you're not subscribed, do that right away. And then that way, the next time you log on to whatever platform, you'll find my videos again, because if you don't, you'll never see me again. So if you ever want to see anything again, if you want the option to watch one of my streams or one of my other videos, you'll have that option because you'll know that it exists. Can't watch something that you don't know exists. So subscribe, and then I'm just there. You can watch it, you can not watch it, whatever the hell you want to do. You can do that. I don't judge. But I want to thank the chat. I always say the chat is half the show, and I think it was probably 3/4 of the show this time. We always have a good time, especially on the Rumble side, which is like 99% of the chat. When you're watching on the screen and you see the chat going by, 99% of that is usually from Rumble. So we have the best chat on the internet here. And yeah, it's awesome. Also, like the stream. It's not too late. You can like the stream. Let me take a look and see on the Rumble stream if we have enough. We do not have enough. We need more. So just get on top of that right now if you can. And yeah, chat, you're awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys being in there. You guys are what makes this fun for me. Otherwise, I'd be ranting to a cold and different void, which is what I used to do. That was depressing, let me tell you. So everybody have a great late night. And we might get, especially if stuff starts popping off tomorrow night, we'll definitely go live. So I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on whether we go live tomorrow. We'll see. Might do a premium only. I don't know. But if not, I'll be back on Friday night, 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern time. And then obviously Sundays and Tuesdays as well. And we do have to do one more premium only stream on Rumble. So we'll see about that. Anyway, good night, everybody. Have a great week if I don't see you tomorrow. And yeah, see you on Friday. Thank you.